flashbang goes off. He's tagged, finds the wall bang, trying to go for the 2K. He's able to pick it up. He's got one more play that he can do. Right up front of sight, and he's not all he's going. Any other guys that have rolled now? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna do it? Oh my God! What is the name of this?
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, and speed. Side quest, look out, sweats. Build mode, lag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
The second week of Pro League is about to start with the Eurasia stream, of course, that will be happening here. Me and Twist, of course, my new Dutch boy, or Jesse, whatever you want to call me. Twist next to me to cover all the matches that will be happening today. All the action here on the Critical Ops Esports channel on YouTube. How are you doing, Twist, first of all?
I'm doing good. I've put my points on some teams, you know, who I think is going to win today. I'm not going to probably say the predictions on stream, just not to, like, sway anyone, but you know, when you have some points online, you're kind of more likely to actually you know, just be way more invested in the actual games. And yeah, I'm just, you know, from what happened last week, I think it's going to be a fun couple of games. Should be pretty good. You know, we're slowly starting to ramp up. So, you know, teams are more and more understanding, hey, you know, if we lose this game, we might not even make it to the playoffs. You know, it's still early, but yeah, this is going to get more tense than last week, at least, I think.
Yeah, last week we obviously made some predictions about what was happening in general in this season. All things are all scrambled around, really. So nothing of that seems to be coming through. But maybe today things will start to add up, you know. Some changes to be made. Some teams that you would normally see Rain play towards an actual very, very good standard will once again show that. We'll have to find it out, of course. But before we do that, let's talk about that format of the Pro League one more time, just for you guys to explain, or maybe for the new viewers at home that have no idea what is going on, really. The format here on your screen: best of 2 matches, of course, in the round robin stage, where every team will face each other at least once. Previously, we had 8 teams going in. Now just 6 for every single division. Then 3 points will be acquired once a team gets a 2-0, 1 point when you tie, and no points, of course, when you get yourself a loss. And then the top 4 teams will make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good format, and I mean, when you do arrive at the playoffs, it is that, you know, the first and second place go toe-to-toe, and then, you know, the winner goes to finals, but third and fourth place, they have to go a little bit further than that. You know, it makes sense, you know, kind of reward the teams that actually made it first and second, you know, give them a little bit of less problems to deal with than for the third and fourth place. You know, third and fourth, they still have to prove themselves as worthy for that final spot. But again, you know, I think the format is pretty similar to everyone. If it's not, you know, take your time, screenshot it. But I think other than that, it's, you know, it's group stage and then it's playoffs. It makes sense to me, at least.
Yeah, no, it really does, and I feel like the format is in general just pretty nice. Best of 2s is always making a little bit of a hype, and for teams that actually have to perform in that regard. But at the same time, when you don't perform, you still got yourself a chance to bounce back further into the playoffs. But that's when you go towards that 3 to 4th place, of course, coming in, where you just have to fight a little bit further to get things going. we do still have that schedule, of course, for what is about to happen, or for how these Robin Ray, or for these stages will start to add up, right? The round Robin stage happening this week and the next week still, so week 2 and then week 3. We're running through the matches every time, but of course 2 matches every time on the stream, and then in the playoffs, of course, dates to remember once you want to be there. On the 30th and the 31st of September, we'll have the qualifiers and the eliminators, and then of course the grand finals, a best of 5 to see which teams will be crowned the victor this time of this season of playoffs.
Yeah, definitely note down those dates. You know, you want to show up, you don't want to watch the whole group stage and then you just forget when the finals happen, you miss the peak, the best moments. So note down those times. But let's talk about the prize pools. I think it's worthy to mention this. You know, as always, all the teams that have made it to the Pro League, well, they already have some prizes. Obviously, we go till 6th place here, as we only have 6 teams in this Pro League installment. But still, you know, if you made it to the Pro League, you will still get some cases. But I think eventually, you know, those cases kind of get a bit boring. You know, maybe when you start Critical Ops, okay, ooh, nice new skin, right? And then you have like 1,000 of them. We're like, oh, you know, which knife skin should I use today? So obviously, you want to get something else as well. And well, that something else is if you make it to the playoffs, as there are $3,000 for first place, half that for second, 1,000 for third, and 500 for fourth. So, you know, money definitely has been spared. There is some decent cash for all of these teams, as well as an exclusive skin for the first place. Now, I think this is again one of the items that you can really boast about the most. You know, a very hard to get item in every Pro League's installment. I think in Circuit as well, there's always a unique skin, and well, ultimately only 7 players from that roster, you know, 5 active players plus the 2 kind of subs, only get that exclusive skin. So I think it's definitely something that all teams normally strive to get. Now, I'm pretty sure that the skin will be shown later down the road, you know, just to kind of keep the excitement high. But let's actually take a look at the teams that will be able to participate and actually still have a chance to get the skin.
Yeah, previously, of course, we used to have 8 teams for Season 1 and Season 2, but now down to the 6, the top 4 actually from last season, with, once we take a look at that standing, of course, one team that has unfortunately already dropped out. More info about that down the line, with Valiant GG and Team G9 coming in from an intermediate once more, as Team G9 obviously played but got dropped out and are now trying to kind of revisit the Pro League again to potentially, with some lesser teams, get that chance to get themselves some prize money or potentially rise to further heights. But all in all, a very, very good pile of teams here lining up.
Yeah, for sure. I think we've seen all of these teams perform extremely well, you know, both in the last Pro League or in Circuit, and I think, you know, all of them deserve to be here. Now, obviously, we've already seen Week 1 results, and, well, some of them have been pretty interesting. For example, that Violent GG upset. But it's time to move to week number 2. And we can see that, you know, Mullet Mafia has already played against G9. So that was a 2-0 for Mullet Mafia. But we have some other matchups for today. And, well, the ones that we will be watching will be Mullet Mafia versus Invictus, and also G9 versus Rain.
Yeah, and the matches that are on the screen right now, or at least that are on your screen, some of them have already been played but aren't yet updated. For example, Violent GG has already played versus Invictus. That was a tie. So Violent GG taking 1 point there. And both matches of Infamous have both been forfeited because they got disqualified for previously, of course, not showing up on the, or when there was a stream, they weren't there. They lost that match, and since then they have been disqualified from this Pro League season. So unfortunately, we won't be seeing them. But Violent GG against Invictus, surprisingly enough, being a 1-1. Invictus still hanging on, even though it was rough week 1.
Yeah, it definitely was. I think that different things will happen on week 2, and especially, you know, one team being kind of preemptively eliminated here. It's really a battle of which one of these 5 teams, you know, will not make it to the playoffs. So that does make it a little bit easier for all the rest of the teams that are participating. But honestly, I can't put my finger on like a single team that I personally think won't make it. There are some candidates, you know, there are some teams that I'm 100% sure will make it to the playoffs. But yeah, I mean, only time will tell.
Yeah, really do. And you already talked about the stream schedule for a bit, Twist, but here we have it lined up for you guys. Mullet Mafia versus Invictus taking on each other for their first one. And then Team G9 versus Rain, of course. So 2 interesting matches. I feel like Invictus have gotten a lot to prove. Mullet Mafia for us to really show. But also Rain, like losing in that first week battle really does make me feel like they have a lot to prove here against Team G9. And for them as well, right? I think the games that they've so far lost, they lost versus Mulip Mafia this week. I really feel like there's more into it for the side from G9, but now against the Rain, is that going to be the opponent you're going to do it against? I'm not too sure necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, we already had this talk a little bit, but personally, I do think that G9 will be able to get at least one game. I don't think they're going to win, but I would see them getting at least one game off of Rain, because you have to remember, like, right, this is a best of 2, so, like, at least you have that map pick for you going on. And we had this problem with Rain where they only played certain maps, and some of those maps they just simply didn't play. They were kind of more focusing on just playing, like, the regular, like, you know, your normal, like, Grounded, Bureau, like that, those type of maps, Canals, let's say, but then they sometimes really neglected maps like Castello or Raid or something like that. So I do feel like, you know, G9, if they can just pick one map that Rain maybe haven't practiced that much, and honestly with the performance that G9 have been showing recently, I do think that, you know, it might be all right for them to take at least one map.
Yeah, we will be going ahead to go over to this match, dive deeper into what really is coming in, because Raid and G9 is for later. For now, moving in towards Mulip Mafia versus Invictus and just breaking it down, of course, for you guys. Two teams that obviously were in that final, I believe, the final, I believe, for the last season of the Pro League, where then Invictus came through victorious. But now, of course, Mulip Mafia, with their newest addition, we'll obviously be talking about once we take a look at their roster, looking kind of fire, whereas Invictus have made some very big changes to their lineup, which for now seems to make it a little bit inconsistent. But if you guys want to participate as well in the stream, as Twist already said, his votings were done. You guys can also do some votings and win some nice prizes, including that exclusive Pro League skin that I think the champions of this Pro League are obviously also getting. You can scan that QR code or go to play.mobileesports.org/app/voting to participate, and I will break down the game, the teams for you guys.
Yeah, again, you know, I'm voting. I like it. I didn't really vote the earlier, you know, tournaments, but now that I've done it, it's just like, it makes it more exciting. And well, for this matchup, we had a choice between Mulip Mafia and Invictus. Let's start with Mulip Mafia. So, you know, their tournament history might not look like the best, right? Like, they have total around $2K earnings. Like, that is all right. But I think ultimately that tournament history doesn't really matter that much. What really matters right now is their lineup. And trust me when I say their lineup is one of the best that I think I've seen for a long time. Like, they are just packed. They are stacked with great players. So if we actually take a look at who they have on their roster, I mean, it's like, you know, there's not really any player that's like questionable in terms of their skill, right? Like, individually, they are just there. They have Shadow, Aki, Valley, Novocaine, and some new additions as well, Deadly Dave, Star, and GTA. And this, you know, especially with 4 of them being Romanian, you know, it's definitely easier for them to just communicate among each other. So yeah, Mulip Mafia looking really good right now. I will like to see like how Deadly Dave and Star perform, because we know, you know, Deadly Dave, look at him, 1.5 rating. I think it's one of the highest, if not the highest rating in Critical Ops, you know, Pro League, just competitive in general. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Deadly Dave performs. Star as well, definitely a player with a great rating and just great accolades overall. So yeah, currently Mulip Mafia looking very mean, you know, if you're on the side of Invictus.
And the fun thing is, right, Mulip Mafia, we're all thinking about Deadly Dave, really, the big man switching off from Invictus now to play here, and really the MVP, I would have to say, from last season. But previous match that they played versus Team G9 was a 2-0, but Deadly Dave was second performing. Valley outperformed him. Valley. Not even Shadow, not even GTA, not even Star. It was Valley to do it. So there's a whole lot more to Mulip Mafia than just now Deadly Dave brought in. Maps, of course, they do play quite a lot, I feel like, Twist.
Yeah, Mulip Mafia, they're definitely a team that won't, you know, just focus on a single map or two like Rain does. They play a lot. Also, like, you know, they play a lot, but they don't exactly, like, win all of them. For example, Sor, Canals, and Castello, only 50%, you know, with a lineup like that, you kind of would have expected more. But at the same time, you know, we can see that they definitely haven't played a lot of games. Like that Bureau one is, what, like, you know, 2-1, 1 lost, you know, I'd assume by 67%. And I think the same goes for Port, you know, probably 3-1, 1 lost. Canals, Castello could be 1-1, could be 2-2. It's like, I think just judging by these map stats, it's maybe a bit too early to really judge how good they are on the map. You know, it's not like they've played, I don't know, 15 games on it and won 9. But at the same time, you know, we can see Raid, Village looking very decent, and, you know, they definitely could pick one of those today. But I think ultimately, whichever map it goes, like Mulip Mafia don't really have that one weak spot in terms of maps, in my opinion.
No, and then going over to a team that has gotten a lot of map variation, right? On those maps like Soar, Castello potentially, is the team of Invictus, where we're obviously moving into to talk about, because, I mean, although there's a nice Bullet Mafia team against them, which might still be taking that upper hand, at least looking at that recent roster moves that have been made, because for Invictus, there's been a lot changing as of recently. The roster been performing quite some time, right? Circuit Season 4, Circuit Season 5, taking some great performances, and then since Pro League really kicking off, second place and first place last season. But once we take a look at their lineup, there's been a lot changing as of recently, because Noxic, Deadly Dave and Malik, all three of those players have gone out. The replacements have been Jeppa, bringing him back into the lineup, Xe, and surprise, surprise, Hazuna, which is obviously a player that has been playing only Season 1 of Pro League, really. Then he took a break in Season 2, but the recent game twist, the last game that we saw from Hazuna, he carried the team towards a victory. And that's, in my eyes, really surprising, because he's really back on the server now, I believe.
Yeah, it's just a completely different Invictus, right? Like you mentioned, they did very, very well, like in terms of their just stats in these last couple of tournaments. But we have to remember, you know, they had a pretty much a completely different, 50% of the lineup was different, right? Yep. So now with these new additions, I do think they are good. I do think like not only have they added good players, they've added players that like actually suit the roles that they needed. For example, EXZ, we saw him perform extremely well with the Eurasia on Bureau, and same for Hazuna. You know, I think he's just great at rifling, but at the same time, I think the biggest downfall for Invictus could be the fact that they just haven't played together for that long. And so, you know, that definitely weighs down on them, you know, when it really matters, you know, that chemistry really comes into play. Now, if we do talk about map stats, I mean, they're doing better, honestly, than Mult Mafia are. Nothing on below 50%, only Port being below 60. And then, you know, we have maps like Castello 100%, but same for like Soar, Raid, Village, just looking so solid. Like they really have, you know, a handful of different maps to pick from here.
Yeah, and the only problem really I see with an Invictus then is, now that they bring in the new players, there's going to be chances for those maps to be exploited also by Mullet Mafia, because Invictus is still relatively somewhat new to playing with each other, right? So that's probably the only thing I really see, but Invictus have played a lot of matches that are pretty decent in the past. These are obviously the map pool that comes in. Raid and Soar switched in for Plaza. And another map, of course, coming into this new pool. A very nice addition. Legacy. Plaza and Legacy, of course, swapped out. And now the map vetoes that will come in for the map vetoes. Let's see what maps will actually be played, Twist, because that's pretty interesting, right? Invictus have a chance to go for an X Factor, or we're sticking it to the newer ones.
I think we could go for just like the old school maps. Village already one of the new school maps getting left out, and let's see who Invictus goes for. I do think they will probably ban something. You know, one of the maps they actually do pretty bad on. Yeah, Port, that somewhat makes sense. But Raid is gonna be our first map. That's an interesting one, Jesse. I haven't seen Raid for a long time.
No, me neither. And looking at that Port ban, of course, Invictus is one of the only teams that really bans away Port. Oh. And then Castello. Okay, speaking of the devil, right? Are we gonna get standard maps? No, we aren't. We are just going into the straight picks. Both teams looking very decent on these maps, or at least like Castello is the main map for Invictus, right? 100% win rate on it, but still relatively new with their lineup. So I don't really know if Mullet Mafia necessarily expected it coming from them, because I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go for a Castello pick once I have to go for players or with players that are still new to playing with each other, because it's a very team-heavy map. It's a little bit extraordinary in terms of all the other maps compared towards it. So it's really nice, and Invictus still goes for it, which shines confidence to me.
Yeah, to kind of play a little bit of devil's advocate here, I do think that they probably went for it because they kind of know, right? Like, I think Invictus know that they are a little bit of an underdog in this situation. And so I think they just went for a map that perhaps they expected Mult Mafia to not have practiced that much. Because, yeah, 63% of you people have voted for Mult Mafia winning, and that could be true on most maps. But I think at the same time, Invictus, like, if they just pick a map like Castello, where, you know, let's be honest, we've casted in my whole life, like, casting like 3 years or whatever, I've casted Castello maybe twice, right? Like, there has just not been a lot of pro play going on Castello, and I think it could be one of those cases where Invictus just picks a map that, you know, the pro scene isn't really at that highest level just yet, and then just grind it, you know, for the last week, and, you know, try to do the best that they can.
Yeah, and so obviously with the map veto out of the way, we should be getting things started quite soon, right, between these two teams. Players seem to be ready, so probably within a minute we're actually going to get things going, right? Starting off on Raid. Then after that, moving into Castello. This should be a very interesting game. I have not casted Raid like ever, so this is going to be a first for me. I have seen the map, and it's obviously a well-known map for every single person. A lot of people really like the map to be back as well. So I hope that we're going to see some good action, and as well as just in general. We haven't seen Mullet Mafia yet on stream, and with the addition from Deadly Dave coming in, with the Romanian language, of course, like Twist said before, mainly spoken in there. Maybe with the new beta, of course, where they're playing on, where there's a Romanian language translator on, where you can actually play the game in Romanian. Hey, it might be working, you know? You know what I'm saying? It could be possible.
It could be just that little confidence boost. I don't actually think like seeing the menu in your own language will make a big difference, but you know, it's like it could do something. It could do something. We are on the beta and we are heading into the knife round. So yeah, they're all going for the stack strategy. Let's see how it works. Well, Mullet Mafia, they have this strategy down. They lost one player, I think. And so they will be able to start their to pick their starting side. Now, I do think that going for the breach side could be a little bit of a better option. Raid is, I think, one of the only maps in the whole competitive map pool where actually starting on a breach side is kind of easier, because breach side is just easier to play on Raid. Most of the cases, you know, very fast pushes, very fast attacks on sites, and a lot of times, you know, you're 20 seconds down the clock and you're already playing retake. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see which one Mullet Mafia goes for, but Invictus, you know, they'll have to struggle a little bit. Again, you know, this first map is not their pick, so, you know, if they lose it, then, you know, coming back just mentally on Castello will be even harder, so they really have to put up their best performance from round number 1, I'd say.
Yeah, we are gonna jump in, of course, for everybody in the chat. There's a lot of people for the Fear the Mafia, but also some Invictus fans coming in, right? With hashtag Invictus, so we've really gotten a battle on our hands. Mullet Mafia, of course, themselves now going towards that coalition side to start things off. I'm definitely looking forward to see what they're going to be able to pull through here on Raid. So as you said, a more attacking sided map coming in for Raid.
Yeah, I think Raid A site is one of the most chaotic sites ever, because it's really hard to defend for one of the reasons, because like you kind of need 3 coalition players on B to defend B, and that leaves you with 1 or 2 players if you're not watching mid/CT on A. And you know, you have like 2 players on A and they can still be just rushed over, smoked off, flashed off. And you know, a lot of these times when we watch pro games on Raid, it's like 7 rounds in a row or something. They just keep pushing A site, they keep getting the site, they keep getting the plant, and then the actual game starts, where, you know, either the coalition can retake or not. But in the pistol round, it seems like that is not going to happen, as Invictus are slow, Mullet Mafia are very quick. They're going to clear heaven, not really going to find anything there. Now, though, it could be heard on stairs, so yeah, the other rotation is going to be made on A. And look at that, unless GTA pulls off a crazy clip, I think we could be watching, you know, spectating our first A site retake any second now. Ooh, XZ is not ready, but Melody is. Takes down GTA, and that's one less problem on the side of Mullet Mafia.
I love that GTA is playing as well, and on the side from Invictus, Extasic's in the play instead of Azuma. So really some odd moves to be made between the rosters. Maybe it's working out, maybe it's just the roster that usually plays here on the Raid side. Looking in for the retake, of course. Mullet Mafia spilling a lot of time off the clock, and the A side being very chaotic. I see why now, as all the players are swarming in from the long side. Deadly Dave will fall. Extasic with another kill added up on the tally. He follows up for 2, and all of the players just run it in. Head first, finding all the pieces. Invictus had successfully hold on to this side.
Well, they take it, their first round. I think this is a great way to start, especially on Mullet Mafia's map pick, and especially on that breach side, right? Like, we talk about how, you know, the more one-sided the map is, the more those pistol rounds matter, and I think if they lost this one, you know, not even, like, the one thing is the economy, right? And just, like, it's not good to lose the pistol on the kind of stronger side, but at the same time, it just gives them a confidence boost, and EXZ, he definitely has that confidence. Round over in around 2 seconds. From the first player being spotted to the last player dying, I think it was around a second, maybe 2, Jesse.
Yeah, that was fast. I mean, fastest round ever. All the clips, of course, getting it in. Nice clickbait for the titles. But also a thing, right? EXE, you have said before, and we have seen before him playing on the Eurasia quite often, right? Is that a thing on this map as well? So we do see a push coming in, so maybe skip that for a second. Novocaine immediately shutting down 2. As Nick Mix Sage found the first. but they get taken down quite soon.
Yeah, that was a great double by Novocaine. Oh, and he eats a nade to his face, but still, GTA is guarding this heaven position. Novocaine, yeah, great peek there. Timing just down to perfection. And now two players are kind of stuck heaven. You know, getting down from heaven is kind of easy at the beginning stages of the round, simply because there's not too many angles to clear. But now three players there, I think it is the better choice that Invictus are making right now, just rotating over. So that first rifle round, not really looking the greatest for them. They will try to attack B long again, but I mean, Novocaine is there. He's hungry. He has already eaten 3, but showing no signs of stopping. That flash is great. Gonna peek again. Melody to take him down, though. Now at this point, they know the rotations are there, so they could just rotate over. Shadow just going for it and gets a headshot. Peeks again, but Ecstasy to take him down. GTA close, and he is gonna refrag and eliminate Ecstasy. So that was great. And even if GTA died there, Valley was just on quick feed there, you know, going for the backstab. So Mullet Mafia, yeah, they might have lost the pistol, but as soon as it goes to the rifles, you know, they are up there.
Yeah, and that's good, right? This round, a lot of good trading coming out from Mullet Mafia, and it already starts with that double, really, from Novocaine, and then you can afford to go for just trades, because you always have yourself that advantage. And now XC going for that ratio on the T side. That's something pretty interesting. Now, I would have liked to see some good things from him, and that's already one to be found. One to be added up on the tally, and immediately... Good start here for that breach site. Taken down by Deadly Dave. Shuts them away. Mixage coming in for the tunnels now towards the B ramp. And Deadly Dave has to be careful of it because around the corner, Mixage runs in. He had an SMG to work with, so not too much to have. And so a round cleaned up once more for Mullet Mafia. And they are just catching Invictus off guard at this point.
Yeah, those rifle rounds not looking too good for Invictus. I mean, they're kind of going for fast pushes, which is what kind of you expect on raid. But, you know, just if you simply look at the gunpowder and if you simply look at the rifling skills, I mean, Mullet Mafia right now are really showing they can get those doubles, you know, just a single player getting 2, getting 3. There's not much you can do about it.
No, it's really rough. I mean, we're seeing them getting caught off guard quite often right here. Again, a first kill found without a trade for Invictus, or just with them having a knife in their hand or something, right? Not being too careful, trying to run in, and then a B coming through towards this B long. It's really a big shutdown that Mullet Mafia have been performing, at least for now.
Yeah, Novocaine. Oh, hold on. What is that, GTA? Jumps up there, gets an instant headshot, and now only Melody, only Ecstasy left live with a pistol. This is pretty much over. He's just waiting for his doom, and that doom is going to be in... it's going to be Shadow, take him down. So, Mullet Mafia, 3 in a row now. Now, granted, Invictus now will be able to buy up, as that last one was an eco, a bit of a freebie for Mullet Mafia. But still, they're looking good. Again, this is, I would say, like, a quite equal map, but still, the breach side still has a little bit of advantage. So, yeah, Invictus, I mean, they kind of have to start winning these rounds soon. You do not want to give Mullet Mafia that advantage on the weaker side of things here.
No, they really don't. But gotta say, like, Mullet Mafia is playing quite good. This is their own map pick, so they do have some tricks up their sleeve and definitely know how to be playing this map. Invictus have had success going towards A in the past. Now leaning more towards that B side where they've got it shut down, so maybe it's just as simple as avoiding where the strongest side is from the side from Mullet Mafia. But the fact that they're not pushing in too soon, right, sets up Mullet Mafia to have a 2-1-2 setup right now by going for a double man stack on towards that A side. Now forcing it back as XC found the opener, but this opens up chance towards A. I really love the way Invictus are playing. They're kind of toying with the Mullet Mafia side here by getting a kill towards the B side, then forcing them to rotate, and now just hitting A, and that could be a free side, just DTA.
Yeah, but will he get checked? Though he does not get checked. Gets Jeppa and gets a double. That's all that they needed. Valley to come in with another one. And now it's only XC and EXZ left live. And they're far away. And the bomb is dropped on side. GTA playing that one to perfection. That second kill really locked in the, well, what will most likely turn into a round victory here. Shadow, Valley there as well. I mean, literally everyone is there. And Invictus, not only do they have to cross, they have to eliminate at least 2 players before planting. And then they have to plant and still get the last one. Ooh, Deadly Dave, very aggressive there. 1 for 1. I mean, that is somewhat of a giveaway there, but yeah, not gonna be too hard for Valley and Shadow there. You know, again, great refrags coming in from Mullet Mafia, just making sure that, yeah, you know, just in case I go down, my teammate will be there to refrag. And I think one of the reasons why Mullet Mafia are getting now 4 rounds in a row is just how proactive they are on that defense on the collision side of things. Like, you see Novocaine, right? Like on B long, he throws a smoke almost immediately. That kind of denies the preemptive push because, you know, you don't want to push through smoke. And then he's very aggressive. He's very active on B long, so that kind of, you know, gives you a lot of info. You can just kind of push your players around the map a bit better. But Mixage Seems like he has found a strategy. He's just gonna push A. These are the quick A pushes we've been talking about. GTA not ready from that tunnels push, but Valley is. Melody though gets one, but now they have to find Valley, and he's not gonna allow that to happen. Shadow on the XZ, and yeah, this is just a shutdown. Normally at least see them, you know, getting on the side, but this time, what, 4 players remain alive on the side of MULTIPLAYER.
And speaking of proactive play, right, Valley, he's everywhere, and that's what I love to see from MULTIPLAYER, really, and I think that's what Valley has been getting as a role, and that's why he's possibly outshining Deadly Dave in some occasions, right? The last game I was talking about Valley being the top fragger. He's going in towards that tunnel side, going into middle, but also the player rotates over to the most heavy side, and then he catches off Mixage there rotating. Mixage had the flank of his career melee there. Like, he could have found a multiple lining up, but he didn't find a single thing because Valley arrived in time and then started checking the flank from the tunnels to call him in. So I really like what I'm seeing now from MULTIPLAYER. This is what you need to do on a map like Raid, which yeah, is so incredibly fast with pushing. You need a player just rotating back and forth every single time. And now Valley, he's actually peeking towards the A side, or no, he's still middle, but he's on the hunt for rotating whenever there's pressure somewhere. Right now Shadow gets pressure on the B side, and he's going towards B pretty soon, I think. I love it.
Yeah, I still like how aggressive he is, right? Like, he loses his teammate Novacan, he still peeks, he still gets a frag. Sure, he goes down as well, but that's a lot of info. That's the info that the sniper's there, so most likely, you know, they will all push there, as, you know, one player was already there and went down. So this is some great info for them. The bomb is kind of not committed just yet, but Valley just takes his place. Look at how proactive MULTIPLAYER are. You know, they just don't stop holding these aggressive positions. In fact, they just push up, and I don't think they're going to expect this one. Ecstasy, though. This is a big lurk. Valley to spot one, and he gets the bomb now. He's gonna push, keep pushing. He does, and he gets Mixage as well. Eurasia down, only Ecstasy left alive. Now, granted, nobody is gonna expect this, so he might get a free kill here. But at the same time, he might just walk straight into Deadly Dave. His spidey senses are tickling, and he gets an instant headshot. MULTIPLAYER 6 in a row now.
And this is what you're talking about, really, like getting rounds up on the board in a quick succession, in a quick way. MULTIPLAYER really looking good on what they've done so far, and Valley probably being the one there to do it. You talk about proactive, you talk about him not stopping with pushing this round as well. He pushed all the way towards that B long just to drop that bomb, and then picked up a second at full control over basically the T-spawn at that point from the side from Invictus, and that really helps out in a big way. Again, mid push from the players from Invictus, this time XC trying. He has gotten himself the KSC, a weapon we don't see very often, but in the tunnels it's still up for there to use. Finding the first, obviously. Not long range engagement wanted to be put up. Deadly Dave sticking a little bit further away in GTA. That's a tickling feeling of going, but also doesn't want to overstep to get a shotgun bullet right behind his back. XE close, he gets a second. That's the A side cracked open. Shadow, of course, he finds himself a little bit of a trait, but this is still tunnels control, under control on the A side as well. Finally, something for Invictus, at least for the start of this round.
Deadly Dave to get EXZ, now a 3v3, one of the first bomb plants that we've seen coming in from Invictus. Now that A side is easy to take, but it's also very easy to retake if you do it correctly. So, with 3v3 underway, Melody will be first point of contact. He will be checked from so many different angles. Flashes coming in, Melody does get one, and knows where another 2 players are. Armor is going to be broken, but bullets flying each direction, and it is going to be Invictus finally breaking a 6-round dry spell and getting their 3rd one on the board. So, yeah, finally it works out. I really like the addition of you know, the tunnels player being more aggressive. Last time they tried it on A, it didn't really work out, but you know, even though the KSG has been nerfed you know, like a month ago, it is still viable. It is still viable on Raid. I think Raid, the tunnels area, like, there's nothing more scary than just a guy on eco with only tunnel and with only a shotty and nothing to lose in that tunnels area, right? Like, if you just have a dude there, like, it's literally better than a rifle because it's all close range. So, you know, one connected shot and you've gotten the kill. So that kind of wins out the round, right? Like that EXZ 2-piece with the shoddy, I mean, that definitely opens things up, and then, you know, the rest of the team is able to just defend the bomb site. So with that underway, seems like Invictus will have chosen to approach B this time. They don't want to go for just bomb rushing A this time, so they're going to slowly approach that B long area where actually MULTIPLAYER, they have lessened their grip there. You know, they're not as aggressive. I really like how they played before. You know, they weren't exactly just pushy, they were simply aggressive, and then they pushed at the right time. They weren't just like mindlessly pushing up. This time they're a little bit less proactive about that. GTA, though, does get some spots in, but now he's stuck. Melody to peek him. Oh, he thinks on the other side, and that's a Eurasia last as well. EXZ going tunnels, the closest range you can go with a Eurasia. That is a very interesting choice, which unfortunately doesn't work out, especially with Deadly Dave getting mixage now. It is a 2v4, and Jeppa and XC have to retrieve the bomb and then have the crack open a bomb site. Getting a kill would be nice, but GTA denies that chance as well. 1 HP on him, but now it's only down to XC, who's flashed. He's in a smoke, he's lost, and ultimately he's found by GTA. So that's Mullet Mafia. Quickly, you know, as quickly as they lost the previous round, as quickly they get one back. And now we're getting to the point where Invictus, they really have to get some rounds, because again, they are kind of on the more favorable side here. They're on the breach side, so, you know, at least getting 5 rounds, it wouldn't even be great. It would just be like, all right, it would just be, you know, winnable then. But if they lose another one, oh, this is not looking good for them at all.
No, this round again, right? No proactive necessarily from Mullet Mafia, but that kind of surprises Invictus. GTA, though, has some of the plans. He's gonna swing in. Catches the first. This is an instant A play, and lots of players around the corner from Mullet Mafia still waiting. Novocaine sprays them down. Shadow to help, and just Mixage on an island himself. Bomb still dropped right in front of him. He tries to do whatever he still can to win this round. Novocaine has some time to reload his SG, but there's a player already coming in from behind. Big Sage should be a sitting duck in just a second. Deadly Dave will find him. And so 8 has been found for Mullet Mafia. This round going very aggressive towards A, maybe expecting that Invictus were going to try this, because, I mean, what we have seen so far, Twist, is really Invictus, they play a very, they play a round that is slow, usually ending on B. And when they go to an eco, you see them usually going towards the A side very, very fast. That has worked for them. And I think Mullet Mafia had that perfect read this time. And as you could see, it really worked out wonderfully for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to say. They're just playing this coalition side to perfection. Sure, they've lost around here and there, but one of them was a pistol, and, you know, it's like they're just doing everything perfect, unless EXZ does this. But this time he's not going to be ready for another. Novocaine and Valley are going to make sure that that EXZ shoddy strat is not going to work more than once. Melody and Jeppa, 100 health around that in total. Now Jeppa's lost some more, and now he's stuck. He's going to get flashed as well. Yeah, this is over. Or is it? He does get some good damage in, but ultimately Valley to eliminate Jeppa. And that is going to be Mullet Mafia or 9 as we head onto the side switch. And remember, guys, this is a bit of a map favorable for the breach side. So I think if Mullet Mafia... So if Mullet Mafia win this pistol round, it's pretty much over, right? Like, they're on double digits. They're most likely going to get the next one as well. And that point is like, what, 11-3? Now, that being said, if Invictus can get the pistol, I mean, there could be a chance, but this is pretty much a do or die for Invictus here.
Yeah, it really isn't the map that they do seem to like, but what they do seem to like is being a little bit of a breach on the coalition side by pushing all the way around, trying to get themselves the early fights. Fighting with 5, GTA spotting them both out, getting a double with him. Jeppa, a little bit silent in the first half, but now lining up a second. Deadly Dave will hear the steps, will hear the drop, and there will be players dropping the bomb as well onto that B side. A lot of kills happening on the map. The 2v2 has been assured. That bomb's still in an awkward spot, and Invictus now leaving it. I'm not too sure if they're aware of the bomb actually being on the B side, and now with all the silence that Mullet Mafia have created, they're actually leaving the side quite open. XC, he's slowly walking up though. Now makes a lot of steps. Novocaine should hear him, should have him lined up. A double swing. Shadow and Novocaine trying to play together. The Novocaine getting isolated. They should have double peeked him. That would have been a round Twist, but they don't. And now Novocaine has to go absolutely huge. He will do so for that first. Is this still possible? Novocaine, he's doing it. The Romanian star finds it. Oh my goodness. Mullet Mafia, what a round to be have, and what a round to take double digits.
It's almost as if they purposely made that harder just so that clutch can come in, you know, because that was a great clutch. But yeah, as you said, Jesse, they should have just double peeked that one player there. It was a bit of a fumble, but still, you know, they make it work. They do get to 10, and look at that Shadow on 14. Pretty much everyone performing on the side of MFA. And interestingly enough, Deadly Dave, the star per pickup that we all talked about, well, he's actually bottom fragging. Doesn't mean he's bad. It just means that, you know, on this game particularly, he probably hasn't even seen that many players, because everyone else on Mullet Mafia can perform exceptionally as well. There's really no weak spots as Shadow gets another. Oh, that's a lot of damage, but still, players are alive. Shadow could actually go down here. They're not going to push him on reload just yet, and Valley's going to find 2. Yeah, this is over for Melody. Just nowhere to go. Shadow to eliminate him. And now Jeppa, 6 kills to his name. Now, he was 0-6, so he has definitely stepped up his performance. Going 6 for 5 now, but he needs to find 3 more and not even getting the first one. So Shadow taken down. 3-piece for Shadow in that round, I believe. That's going to be Mullet Mafia on 11. Entering our first side switch rifle round. I mean, this just could not look worse for Invictus fans right now. No, not really any cash as well because they forced last one. So it's going to be 2 M4s, a Shoddy and a KSG, which can work again, but I don't even know if Mullet Mafia are going to push tunnels. Seems like A is the call here, and yeah, if you want to retake A Shoddy is probably one of the worst weapons to have for that. And what do you have? They have 2 players on A. I mean, it's still somewhat doable. That Shoddy close range, not going to do anything.
No. And Veli that last round as well, right? Even pushing as a T now from behind. It just all works out for Mullet Mafia, right? Mixage now falling. Xtess is the only player that actually has an M4 still to work with. That Shorty from Jeppa still finding success, but GTA has one as well. And if you use it, I'm allowed to do it as well. He says KSG once again just put up in Mullet Mafia. Making quick work of Invictus here on map 1. One more to go, Twist. And I feel like with the M4s now in play up against full SGs, okay, Deadly Dave still having an M4, but it's a totally different story than what we saw in this week 3 match, I believe.
Oh, this is completely different. I mean, for one, it is Raid, and Raid is one of those maps that doesn't get played as much, so, you know, upsets are more likely to happen, just because players played less, but at the same time, this is just perfection coming in from Mullet Mafia. On Coalition side, they do everything perfectly, and now on the Breach side, you know, they just execute. Hey, look, there's not even anyone on A from Invictus, and even if there were, you know, again, they throw the CT smoke, you know, they eliminate the player that's on site if there is one, then they throw some extra smokes because they have some extra utils, some nades, they have flashes, they have everything to log this one down. Invictus, they've not even been given a slither of hope, a chance here to push through and actually get this retake. Some more damage coming in. Time is ticking low. Deadly Dave to get Melody here, but 3 frags are coming in, and they're just gonna push up. Valley gets another mixage, still keeping Invictus in the game here. XC for 1 as well. This is actually close, trade for trade, but Deadly Dave goes for 2, and when you need him the most, he delivers. Yes, he could have been bottom frag, but it doesn't matter. It's Deadly Dave. You know, if he sees a player in this situation, he's gonna get a double. He's gonna get 12 kills as well, and he's gonna get Mullet Mafia over the edge, winning the first map with a 10-round bonus, 13-3. What a star-like performance coming in from Mullet Mafia on the first match of the day.
And what a good additions, right? GTA and Deadly Dave both added in this lineup. How well is Mullet Mafia now performing? Sure, this is a map I feel like it's a little bit less in the favor of Invictus, and I'm gonna explain to you guys why. Because Invictus is a team that plays very old maps, right? You see them play Village, Castello, and Legacy before, right? Maps where I think strategical plays are coming in quite more frequently and are actually worth using more often, right? Here Invictus tried to play that slow methodical style, but Mullet Mafia's aim just shines through. This is a map as well where I guess faster plays are rewarded more often. So I feel like when we go on to that second map, of course I'm already thinking about it a little bit further, going on towards that Castello, that's where I feel like Invictus have more chance to shine because their play style will suit that map a little bit more. But it doesn't go on anything else than that Mullet Mafia is now the team that just plays incredibly well aim-wise, and that is just, also with strats, right? Really, like the executes they've thrown splits from the side to side as well, and I feel like the round I still remember the most, Twist, I think you do it as well, the fact that Valley flanks a CT flanker from middle. He came in towards the tunnels when the CTs were like, okay, here, I'm gonna get you guys on a flank from tunnels, right, to retake the site, and then Valley came in to flank the flanker to get him cut out from behind. I mean, that just explains how well Mullet Mafia and how confident they are to go for some plays like that.
Yeah, honestly, it's not like Invictus played horribly. Like, they did what you normally do on Raid. Yes, maybe a bit passive, but at the same time, you know, they tried. But Mullet Mafia, they're just on a different level, at least on Raid. Like, it was hard for me to even find a mistake. Maybe, yeah, in that pistol run where they didn't, like, double peek the single player who was in CT. But that's like, such minuscule issues. Just every single round they were delivering, they were refragging, they were there. And, yeah, they just played Raid how, you know, it is supposed to be played. Raid used to be one of my favorite maps. It still is, simply because, you know, I'm somewhat of a rusher myself, and I just enjoyed it because of such, like, fast-paced gameplay that actually gets rewarded. Normally gets shut down, but here, yeah, you can rush tunnels, you know, just with a shoddy, get a double, and you know that even works in pro play. So Mullet Mafia just you know, they know the map, they pick it, and they abuse it. They use they played how they should have played it. So yeah, great performance from them. I mean, I don't think we're gonna see anything as close to a 13-3 upset, you know, on the next upcoming mag, that being Castello. But I mean, we will have to wait a little bit to see, because there is a short break as always coming up. You know, know, we always want to give these players a little bit of time to you know, just calm down. And yeah, we'll be back right after that break.
Once that flashbang goes off, he's tagged, finds the wall bang, trying to go for the 2K, he's able to pick it up, he's got one more play that he can do, right up in front of sight, and he's not all he's going.
Any other guys that have broken now? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna have time for this? Is he gonna do it? Oh my God! What is the name of this?
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, flag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
Mullet Mafia show no signs of stopping as they just steamroll through the first game 13-3 against Invictus. One of those teams, you know, who 2 months ago was considered perhaps even the best team in Critical Ops. Well, guess what? Now they're really struggling to even get a map, a point on the board. As we have another map coming up, it's Castello, and it is the Critical Ops Pro League Season 3 Eurasia week number 2. And definitely some upsets have already been happening in the first game of the first, in the second week of these matchups. I mean, look, Castello is going to come up. Jesse, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, the steamroll on first map, I mean, you can definitely see that Invictus is not the same team anymore because, I mean, they aren't, right? You cannot deny it. Deadly Dave out, Malik out, and obviously Noxic out. 3 of the most experienced players that they had on their lineup. And now playing with the pieces that are still left, right? Things looking good in terms of how they are performing right now. 2 points they've had on the standing by 2 ties that they've gotten. But you can just see that the fact that Deadly Dave, Star, GTA are now added into that Mullet Mafia team, it just makes it so much more intense. We do see that next map, of course, of Castello coming in. Now, I'm do agreeing with you on that point that you were saying, like, Castello is interesting because, I mean, it's a way different map than Raid, for example, is. It might not be favoring the fast playstyle that Mullet Mafia were attending, and maybe it is more used to the slow pace, a lot of flanking involved, not necessarily the small tunnels where flanking is involved, where Invictus try to get the upper hand on, where like shotguns and SMGs get favored. No, you have a mid section where it's actually long angles that favor. So there, maybe putting up an ratio to hold on, maybe putting up an AK or even just an SG, like a rifle in general, in a position where they can, for example, catch up a flank or use flanks in their advantage. Those are all methodical plays that Invictus can potentially put to use, which I do really like. And maybe a player as Hazuna, I don't know if you're in with me on that one. Okay, all the players from Invictus were kind of playing equally, but maybe a player like Azuna, which has quite a lot of experience as of like recently, is going to be able to put to use quite a little bit for his team. But before we do that, we do have a little bit of ad, of course, to let you guys know.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, we have one sponsor, and it is G Fuel, and they are, you know, there's a reason why they've been the way we like them so much. They've been supporting us for so long. You know, not every company wants to support mobile esports. Well, G Fuel wants to, and there's definitely a reason for that. And obviously, it's a great drink. I mean, there are different things, you know, why you should perhaps look out for this. But I mean, the first one is, again, you know, they've been supporting us for a while, but also try them out. They have 0 sugar. You won't experience, like, I don't know, caffeine crashes that perhaps happen a lot of times. It's just natural, clean energy. There's so many different flavors. I think, Jesse, you tried one of those, right?
Yeah, I did. I bought myself a starter kit as well. So for the people that are interested in, like, okay, what flavor do I choose? Because there's like a million. Okay, that's too much, but like 1,000 flavors almost certainly there. So lots of flavors to choose from. And then once you get that starter kit, I did personally like myself the Tropical Rain. That was one of my favorites out there, and also the Battle Juice, which is actually created or inspired of a flavor that FaZe was actually implementing, the big organization. So a lot of organizations they're actually working with as well, where they're franchising with also games like Mortal Kombat or The Witcher. So you're definitely getting worth for your money, and with the 30% off from Esports Mobile, that could even make it a little bit better for yourself.
Yeah, most definitely. So just use that code, head to gfuel.com and grab yourself some energy. You definitely need it if you're gonna grind a lot of Critical Ops.
And also the small portions that they have right now. If you look at the bottom right, there's a little bit of a sign. 15 servings that will actually be the small cans that the G Fuel has recently been implementing. It costs a little bit less, you get a little bit less, but it's nice and compact. So once you are not necessarily, or once you're interested in a few flavors, for example, from those starter kits, but want to get yourself more flavors for the same price or different tubs, you can also get yourself, instead of one big tub from a flavor that you like, 3 small ones, for example, and you still get yourself your energy compiled into small portions, and 15 each, of course. So definitely a new cool addition, and those also work with the code Esports Mobile, because everything on gfuel.com with the code Esports Mobile provides you with 30% off. We also got ourselves a nice little new operation though, we twist.
Yeah, most definitely. It is the Keynote Critical Ops operation, so you just take a look out for that. There are definitely some skins already on screen, but there's a lot more in the game. So perhaps if you want some nice new skins, head on in the game and check it out.
Yeah, and also the Neon Ice Lucky Spin we've gotten, of course, for you guys coming in. There's a new one with, of course, a whole lot of skins that you can get, and like I've said before, really. And I will say it again, probably quite a few more times. Like every single time, the nade skins, they're just blowing my mind away. Like every other skin, yeah, sure, it's nice, but those nade skins, you got flames, now you have also ice. What is there to bring more, right? Like, oh, to be honest, they're always so insane.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the Frostburn one is, you definitely want to have that one. I think it almost makes it feel like you'll deal extra damage if you throw that on someone. But yeah, the Lucky Spin is there in the game, so definitely do go and check it out.
Yep, and then of course going in towards those juicy replays, of course, from map 1 to revisit what has so far happened, right? We've already been talking quite a lot about it, but we'll revisit what we have so far been seen. Speaking of those replays, here they are, of course. Mafia starting off on that coalition side. We all thought, ooh, what's going on, really? Like Invictus starting things off quite good by picking up that first round, but since then things went south quite fast, Twist.
Yeah, we saw the pistol. I was like, oh, okay. Mold Mafia can have the upper hand in this game, but at least nice, they get a pistol, they get a consecutive one, and at that point, Rifles just arrived, and Mold Mafia just showed that they are better. They played so well on the coalition side of things. Look at this, right? Like, there was Shadow and there was Novocaine, and Novocaine was pretty much the guy who was, like, watching that B-long area, just pushing up. Deadly Dave sometimes as well, but they were just doing such a good job, but again, not being over-aggressive, not just, like, rushing B-long or rushing mid or rushing A-long every round. They were just very good at taking aggressive map control, throwing some smokes, throwing one long smoke on B-long so you can take that control, just doing things like that. And then sometimes when they least expected, when Invictus least expected, right, just pushing up and getting that kind of just backstab kill or whatever. So yeah, there was not really much that Invictus could do. They were kind of just the area that normally you can operate in as a breach player was just limited. And then even with that limited area, sometimes you got to watch out different angles, you just get backstabbed. So I think one player I really want to highlight from this game was Novocaine. You can see him on the screen right now, and he was definitely, like, he has 0.96 rating, right? Like, if you look at Mold Mafia's roster, you could say, well, there's Deadly Dave, there's Star, there's players who are just like rating and stat-wise so much better. But Novocaine was showing everyone that, yeah, even though they have those new pickups, and yeah, even though those new pickups are definitely like great players, one of the best actually, everyone can really perform. Everyone can have that star-like performance on a single map on Mold Mafia. So yeah, they just look just so hard to defeat. Like, honestly, if I was on the in-game leader for Invictus, I don't know what I would say, right? Like, they just had everything covered. They had A, they had B covered. Yeah, they lost like what, what, 1 or 2 rounds, or came close to that shoddy strat where you send 4 players towards A long, 1 towards tunnels, and you kind of crush and crunch and just pinch the defense on A side. But still, they made that mistake once, and that was it. Look at this Valley just pushing up, getting a double there. Like, Jesse, what would have you done on the side of Invictus to counter Molt Mafia?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Once your least rated player in Overgain starts picking up the pieces, also we'll see later on an incredible round for Novocaine coming out and really upped up his score, right? It's honestly not, yeah, it's honestly a little bit weird to say, but like Mulip Mafia, I think they just played it like close to perfection. Invictus, they were red very, very often, right? Twice Invictus went for a pretty old A push all of a sudden. And then Mulip Mafia had 3 players there all of a sudden, right? They just predicted. Jesus, preparation was good. They predicted it well, and I wanted to say 2 words at the same time, but that doesn't really work. Predicting is what they did, and they prepared for what Invictus was doing as well. I think they just kind of knew, okay, now they're in some sort of an eco. Usually they try to go for an A push there, or usually once things go very wrong or they've lost a round with like barely getting anything done, they're like, okay, let's try to go for an A push, or let's try to switch it up because we kind of have to, because the other thing wasn't working. And then when Invictus tried that, Mulip Mafia still was ready for it for some reason. So what would I say as an IGL? I mean, I guess just do things more unpredictable, do more brain dead things or something, because they're clearly in your head right now. So maybe shut off your brain. I don't know, for this, to be fair, because it was just such a blast. And this pistol as well, it just kind of shows how good Mulip Mafia was. That final shot, pro.
Yeah, I mean, heading into Castello, it's really a tough call for the in-game leader to make, right? Because, like, what kind of worked on Raid, as you said, was that chaos element, but Castello is a completely different ballgame, right? Like, on Castello, you actually need to just play it more sanely, right? You need to just approach it from a more just rational perspective and angle. So we'll see what happens on Castello. I mean, one thing is for sure, that breach side on Castello is also strong. Same, like, both these maps today, Raid and Castello, are very breach heavy. Like, they are maps where the breach side can really perform better than Collision, which is, very, very rare in the map pool of Critical Ops competitive. So it's going to be interesting to see, if Mulip Mafia did well on that breach side of things here, can they do the same on Castello? Will things be different for Invictus, who really struggled to just do anything on that breach side they were expected to perform on? All of that we will decide and see very soon, as Castello is coming up any second. And honestly, I think Castello is one of those maps where, getting the starting side also helps a lot, because personally, from the games that I've seen, I do think it is somewhat breach-sided.
Let's see, right? Let's see what we will see. Like previously, this first game, we kind of expected it to be kind of breach-sided, or at least like in case it is breach-sided, that Invictus was going to have the upper hand because they started off on that favorite side, right? That's what you usually go for. So you see with all the FPS games, you choose to go for the favorite side because you want to have an early lead to then ride along and have more chances to close. But for some reason, Mulip Mafia did come through in the end. So do you rather want to go for that map, or does that really make a difference in this regard? Because I think for now, things are really Mulip Mafia sided, and that's not a good thing for Invictus, of course, taking a look at it. I'm also very, very excited and looking forward to if there's going to be a change coming in for the rosters, because I feel like Invictus might be looking to bring in a player as Azula this time. Azuna being a player I think liked pretty much by the community. I think a player that is also, I'm not too sure, a little bit experienced, but maybe also a little bit on the other side. I haven't seen his age, for example, but the times they've played with him, there seemed to be some sort of a rest in their playstyle, and it seems to go quite nicely with the amount of games that they've played so far with him. So I feel like he is definitely a good influence in the team for Invictus. So I'm interested if they're gonna be fielding him for this game.
I mean, there's 2 things to add from me about Azuna. First of all, I think at the start of the first game, I saw him in the live chat, and he was saying something that he's not home. So, we will see if he actually plays the second match. We'll see. But the interesting thing about Azuna is, I got some insider info. I hope this is correct. The person who sent this to me on Discord, like, I really hope this is accurate. But I somewhat do remember playing with him ranked. And the fact about Azuna is that he actually started off as, what you would call a ranked warrior. Like, he only played rank. He played a lot of it. He grinded a lot of it. And now, you know, he's playing for a top 8 European team. So that kind of shows, you know, even for the people who are watching in live chat right now, in the live stream right now, like, yeah, you can pretty much just grind rank every day. And I mean, eventually, if you're good enough, you will probably get picked up. Maybe you need a little bit of connections, you know, those always help in this scene. But at the same time, right, like if you just get really good at ranked, I mean, you know, that can work out. And I think that's one of the things about like ranked warriors. Like a lot of times, you know, it's used kind of as an insult, right? Like, oh, you're a ranked warrior, like go to pro league and actually do something there, right? But I think that the thing about ranked warriors is that they play so much and they've adjusted to playing kind of solo, right? Because, you know, they're not exactly playing with a team, to where like their aim and their game sense is really good, and it can take like some time to adjust to a more like you know, to a team setting, right? To a setting where you're not the only guy playing and you have to make decisions not only for yourself but for the whole team. But at the same time, I think that's one of the reasons why Hazun is performing so well, simply because, you know, he has that just raw aim and raw capabilities that you kind of you know, master when you just play ranks every single day.
Okay, so we do get some info that Aki is gonna play instead of GTA for the side from Mullet Mafia. That's something we will see come in. That's a change. I'm not too sure if that's something that's necessarily going to benefit them, but we all know Aki, of course, as a player that is, I think, also one of the Romanians, right, coming in, and maybe that's going to make communication a little bit easier on the map like Castello, or just in general, a player that likes to play Castello. Right? What we do see with teams, I think as well, for example, Team G9 that we're going to see later today, that they have kind of gotten a 7-man roster where they play with 5 players on one map and then for 5 players on the other, and that just switches around, right? They have certain maps that they play with the players that like the map more, or that just in general have prepared the map more. So I'm very much looking forward what he's going to be bringing, because GTA did look fire on that first map, didn't Deep Twist?
Yeah, GTA was definitely... GTA is also one of those players who could be named like a ranked warrior. You know, I've played plenty of ranks back in the day with him as well. So it's interesting to see, you know, how many of these players can really perform well in the, you know, pro league, kind of the pro echelon of things as well. But with that being said, we do have the knife round live. And again, I would say, you know, winning knife round and preferably starting on a breach side could go distance, could definitely go distance, especially for Invictus, who just need that early win, right? Like they need that early confidence boost that they can get some rounds. Get the pistol like you did on Raid, and then get some more. But first, get the knife round. And it seems like they are going for it. Ooh, Ecstasy with a double. This could be the round, and Ecstasy does get a triple in this one. A 1v1 situation, but eventually he wins it out. So, Mullet Mafia not reigning victorious in the knife round just yet. You know, they did get the first one. So we'll see. We'll see which side they start on.
Yeah, they'll have to decide, and I mean, maybe starting on that defensive side or attacking side, rather, being the more favored one. Maybe that's something that's going to help them. But previously, of course, seeing that they got demolished on that map, maybe wanting to start on that coalition side favors them a little bit more. But in general, this map has to favor them in general, not necessarily just this singular side necessarily. They'll just have to climb their way back, and we'll have to see if that's going to be possible against the Mullet Mafia that are obviously, individually speaking, just incredibly well performing. This is the second map. This is the chance. The best of 2, of course. Maybe a tie-up. And of course, as we said before, Aki will get substituted in for GTA. A change that we'll still have to see those benefits of on this map, as Invictus take mid.
Yeah, this is quite a slow approach to the pistol. Normally you see at least one side pushing up, but now it's going to be Mixage actually eliminated by Novocaine. This is not the way you want to open it up if you are Invictus. Now, they are sending all players towards A, and look at that, A side is completely open. And this is, I think, one of my biggest beefs with Castello, is the fact that if you get on A, it is so hard to retake it on the Coalition side. Pretty much the only way how you can do it is through this Coalition area here. Well, I know that right as I say that, you know, they're all coming from mid, but like normally on rifle rounds, like it's just, you come from Coalition and there's like one angle that, you know, you can come from and then you're getting crossfired. But look at this strategy. They're all grouping up towards this area right here. It's planted for them. Oh, this is going to be so hard to eliminate. The bomb is planted there, so they literally have to eliminate all players there to actually get the defuse, or they could just start tapping it while everyone... Oh, look at this. Novocaine. This is so smart. They did not account for this. Oh, no, no, no. Not like this, Invictus. They thought they had it covered, Jesse, but they did not.
Nope, they did not, and body blocking there is definitely something that works. Novocaine himself being the star of the round once more, as I said before. making it work with limited maps played, limited rating also to his name. But I mean, that body blocking really worked out. There were 5 players on the side, so Invictus too many targets to fight against. And once XC gets the kill, but a little bit too late when the defuse already came in, that is problematic. You don't hear the tap of the bomb as well coming in, so they really started shooting when the bomb was already halfway defused, rather. So this is looking a little bit rough. Good kills for Shadow in the swing. The push, the aggressive play still works out. Bullet Mafia for now have still gotten the number for Invictus ringing on. But Invictus will have an answer with a buy themselves.
Man, look at this. That is just like, I feel like they should have at least practiced this, right? Like they should have went in the lobby and went like, okay, well, yeah, you can plant it there, but like, no, this player can stand in the corner here like Novocaine did and still not be spotted. Because yeah, I mean, especially with how far away you are, it's like it has to work, right? Like if somebody's defusing and you still have to push up, like, I don't know. I feel like that was just an oversight there coming in from Invictus. And I mean, yeah, that loses them the round. That gets Mafia, Mafia the second one as well. And now we are not even moving into rifle rounds. I mean, okay, I'll take this slow approach from Invictus. They want to have all the cash in the next upcoming rounds. But at the same time, this is Deagles only. And this is again Novocaine and Deadly Dave show. Deadly Dave gets a triple. Yeah, there might come one in frag in from Mixage, but Novocaine to eliminate him. And that's Mafia again, just starting to ramp it up. 3 in a row now. And now if they win the rifle, this could be over before it has even started.
Yep. Well, the ratio, of course, for the side from XC. And the rest of them all gonna be going for the SGs. Fun fact, of course, Deadly Dave, now known to be a supporter. I think he's a supporter on the fragging department. I think that's the good way to put it. I mean, this man is just insane, right? You can also call him the superstar or whatever, really. He's been the highest rating, I think, on not all of Critical Ops, because we know that has been the medal. Still playing in the Americas, of course, but in Europe for sure, one of the highest out there. As we'll have to see how this 4th round will be heading, because Invictus seems to play it a little bit slow. They haven't gone for a full buy just yet, so this will be their first time really trying to go for it. And mid control taken, Deadly Dave running in for another. Not successful. 4 in 3 has been created.
Yeah, Vulgrant, also known as Deadly Dave now, has been eliminated as the first one, but still his teammates are there. And again, you know, we talked about him being the biggest pickup kind of in this transfer season. But again, you know, we have players like Novocaine, who is pretty much break even in terms of rating, but still it's up a crazy performance on Raid. And now on Costello, you know, he has some frags under his belt as well. So that being said, Mafia still have a chance in this, unless they don't check Melody. Oh, that timing there could not have been worse for Melody. Takes out the smoke as soon as he gets peeked. But now EXZ actually... Oh, no. Those are always the hardest ones to hit. Yeah, he hits that. That one is easy. Just a nice quick scope, you know, why not? But when you have to hit a hard scope... Oh, what? Valley. That was a mistake. That was a blunder on his part. EXZ has single-handedly opened up the site. Yes, at first maybe making a mistake, but now... he's gonna be watching this angle as well, and that's an easy frag for him, of course. So now we only have Shadow left alive. EXZ single-handedly getting Invictus back in this round. Shadow is spotted, but he's also so good at aiming, and EXZ has to do it all. The bomb, I do believe, is planned for him, and that is such a hard angle to check. He might just walk into the scope, or will he? Not again. No. Wait. Shadow is 1 HP. Oh no, Shadow, not like this. He does it again. EXZ gets the frag, but 2 ninja defuses in 4 rounds. This is just heartbreaking for Invictus. Their mentality could not be any lower at this point. I mean, EXZ did everything that he could, but again, just not accounting that you can really defuse the bomb in many different ways. Like, geez, you know, great performance but great try from EXZ, and yeah, just Invictus just falling a little bit too short here.
The bomb wasn't even planted for him either, right? It was totally planned on the other side. Sure, you get a small edge, but you don't have to be exactly on the bomb to defuse it. And that's what Invictus, or with Mafia, shows Invictus to be the case. Shadow once again just running through plus W into towards the side. But luckily enough, I guess, for Invictus, unfortunately for the Mafia side, they're losing some players. Losing some fights that are now going to be in that famous coalition hall where Twit's been talking about her previously. That is obviously very, very hard to retake from. And the fact that EXZ is now clearing all the other angles, knows that they have to come from that coalition spawn. And as soon as the smoke fades, There will be some fights happening, but they will be having to happening soon because there is obviously limited time left. Good kill for Valley. Still looking in for a second. He's going to clear the angles. Left side cleared. Valley with another one. And now just EXE with the Eurasia. Good quick scope found. It was a no scope, to be honest. And now time running out. EXE will also die. So will Valley by the bomb. But it's a round for Invictus, and I think they take that one all day long because they kind of had to. They were looking so incredibly solid from the start of this game, but yeah, MULTIPLAYER losing ground, and this ninja Shadow, of course, just sticking all the way, but also that man to go for the play as he started hearing EXE running up.
I mean, there he was like 1 HP, so at that point he was probably like, you know, if it works, it works. I'm 1 HP, like, whatever. I'm literally gonna die by stubbing my toe, so, you know, might as well just go for the ninja. But EXE does redeem himself in the next one. And honestly, I think EXE is one of the most surprising pickups, right? We saw last week he was performing so good on Bureau as well. And now, yeah, maybe on Raid we didn't see like that crazy of performance from him. But at least in this game, like, it seems like he's the one player who's, you know, he has gotten 1 round for Invictus, almost got the second one, and just overall he plays very solid with the Eurasia, which again is one of the weapons that's not exactly in the meta anymore, simply because it's harder to use it. Oh, what is happening here? Mixers get a freebie on Shadow. They were expecting that push, and Aki does not come in for the refrag. Maybe GTA would have, as Aki has been subbed in for GTA, but Aki unfortunately does not. So that leaves us in a 3v5, or should I say 3v4, as Valley looks for 2. That's a 2v3. Melody has opened up the bomb site though, and the bomb is there. The rotations are going to come in from Deadly Dave and Novocaine, but they are far away, so a 2v3 retake will unfold.
I have to see how this retake is going to go. Players thinking from the coalition spawn, of course, from the side for MULTIPLAYER. Player watching behind in the name of Jeppa. He's watching all of the flanks, so just mid and the coalition ramp having to be held on. Extazik is up close, so this will be an angle that they have to clear. It's probably going to be hard to clear it, so I feel like Extazik should have kills lined up. Deadly Dave is saving, and with a P90 to save that weapon, I mean, that's just, I guess, Vulgarant stuff that he used to do, and does show us once again. Maybe trying to pick up a weapon here that is still there, but saving will be the case. Okay, maybe an odd move, but hey, we take it.
Yeah, P90 though. That's a very interesting buy. I mean, we don't normally see those. Maybe if you're playing against an anti-eco, right? Like, if you're playing an anti-eco, if you're playing against players on eco, I mean, it could make sense, but yeah, I want to see how it works. Yeah, perhaps you could use it on A, right, where the drop down is, right? Because then you kind of just spray down the players dropping. Normally they come in batches, but that's an interesting one on Deadly Dave. The rest of the team not looking so good, you know? 2 Deagles, 2 XD45s, and Invictus, even though they had a heartbreaking start of this game, maybe that just angered them to actually, you know, not lose it in that fashion. As they found 2 in a row, and definitely looking to get the 3rd one as well. Not going to be the hardest of tasks. It's literally only pistols on the side of MULTIPLAYER.
And remember, right, this is still the breach site for Invictus, so they need to find some more rounds, I believe. But here will the A push come in. Only thing there is Shadow with a Deagle.
I like seeing this man play, but this time it's gonna be Ecstasy with a double. All right, Jeppa and Melody getting 2 as well, and now it's only 1. And that P90, yeah, it does go brr, but unfortunately doesn't go brr enough in those long range distances, as you know, some good damage is done. But unfortunately for Deadly Dave, that's gonna be MULTIPLAYER losing 3 rounds in a row here. So we do arrive at round number 8 here, and honestly, Jesse, Invictus are impressing me in these last 3 rounds, right? Like, that first one seemed like just kind of a fluke, you know, just a one-off round. But now, I mean, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Still will take me some time to be a believer, but what about you, Jesse?
Yeah, going on towards that coalition side, that's really where I'm starting to fear it a little bit, because right now Invictus are the ones that can decide the pace, and they've really been looking good on those pushes, on those flanks that they've thrown. Right, DXC exploiting middle very, very often, and it's really been working out. So I have to see the second half, but for now, yeah, really, they're showing us what they can do, what they're capable of doing, and why Castello is just one of their favorite maps in general. Still around the smoke. Deadly Dave gonna make some plays, come out victorious, very flanking. This could be huge as soon as he's not hurt. That is still a kind of the wild card here, the X factor that MULTIPLAYER have, that Invictus might not be too aware of. They do get the bomb planted, so the retake is needed. And with a second smoke, that might be a little bit tough, but Valley ruins the opportunity to go absolutely huge. Deadly Dave still left standing, and we know what he can do, but this is a little bit too much to ask. He falls. And Invictus, yeah, they're continuing their rampage.
Yeah, they most definitely are. I mean, 4 rounds in a row now, and I mean, at this point, again, you know, this is a breach-sided map, so yeah, it could be, you know, it could be kind of expected for them to get at least 6 or 7 here, but at the same time, Mullet Mafia kind of been a bit dry for a while here, and we'll see what changes they've made. Well, they do have 4 M4s, an AUG here, the utility though, Jesse. What is up with that?
Yeah, it's not necessarily too good here coming in from Mullet Mafia. It's good for Invictus, so you gotta be careful a little bit if you are here on the coalition side. But hey, the smoke's now thrown preemptively to kind of stop the pushes from happening, so I guess that really works. But they're going in for aggressive play, so then utility might not even be needed. With the entry found, it's exactly what happens. Going in for some plays, and yeah, you can see Invictus now around the map, but they've lost the opening fight. They're desperately looking for some trades, otherwise it's going to be very hard to get to a certain site.
Well, Mixage is down, so that might make it a little bit harder. And Flash is going to come in, and with that, slowly Invictus are moving towards B. Or are they? EXZ gets eliminated first. That entry fragging with Eurasia can really go both ways. Either you get just a crazy opener and you open up the site, or yeah, you miss. It's really a hit or miss with the Eurasia. High risk, high reward. This time, the reward is not going to come in just yet, but Jeppa, he might get it. Melody gets another one. Oh, and XZ as well. Certainly, they're turning it around. XZ, he's trapped though. Yeah, he throws that smoke, but pretty much at that point, he knows he's going to go down. And 25 seconds left on the clock. Bomb down and Melody on 15 HP. This just simply does not scream a 5-round streak for Invictus. Now, he has to make his move very quickly here. And yeah, that angle, look at that angle from Shadow. There is no way that gets pre-aimed, right? Like, there is just no way you can expect it. He peeks it, and he goes down. Honestly, I feel like he could have just taken the bomb and went B, but no. He wanted to go for the peek, and he gets punished for it. So, Mullet Mafia, even though they lose 4 in a row, now they are back on track.
Redeeming themselves and still having a chance, although it sounds weird to say this, really, like. One more round, and this one is that, of course. If Mullet Mafia wins it, Invictus will almost have no money remaining. Like, there are no funds to work with, so Mullet Mafia can still go for an 8 rounds here on the board. And definitely with Jep, of course, losing his spawn due to being AFK in the early bits of the round, giving Deadly Dave an opportunity to go all the way up close. And he will take it. Scar used to his advantage, now jumps up to find Jeppa as well. Beautifully done there for Deadly Dave. And he makes it work wonders as up close. Mullet Mafia still positioning themselves. XC that tries to clear. Wandering around, Deadly Dave still. Obviously still lurking. The swing comes in. Armor gets broken, but he doesn't expect Shadow to be close in the corner. He still, for some reason, gets it done. So that's well done for XE. And now, a site might be open. Valley's the only player there with the M4. Swings out for the first. And now falls back. So, the nade still doing some damage. It's a 2-on-2.
I really like Valley not free-peeking there. He spots the player, goes away. Unfortunately, EXZ is still going to catch him. So, a 1v2 underway. Novocaine, the player who we were really surprised by his performance on Raid, seems like he's going back to his usual numbers. And unfortunately, that death toll is going to keep rising as EXZ just catches him completely off guard. And again, man, look at this. Can we take a look at the scoreboard? Like, EXZ, my man is on 13 frags on an equal scoreline. Sure, Deadly Dave is, you know, activating as he should in this game. But at the same time, I feel like EXZ has just come out of nowhere, right? Like Mixage, Melody, players who've been seen for years, right? Like they're on 12 together. EXZ, he has more than double, he has more than, you know, both of them combined. So yeah, I mean, he's just like recently blown up in terms of performance.
Yeah, but that's looking good. There really is. Flashes through in towards the A side, and I mean, I would love to see more from EXE, from the sniper, of course, in this team. I mean, there's more to it. Maybe with Worlds, of course, in our mind, but there's now a push coming in towards the A side. Worlds in the end of the year when this is happening right now. Deadly Dave joins in from the coalition stairs there, able to run up to the site, gets taken down by Ecstasics. That might still give him a chance, but he will be a sitting duck as he's around the corner, fully fleshed. He's barely getting his vision back, and then a bullet in his face from Valley. He's back up there with Deadly Dave. And Mullet Mafia will have stopped the curse from happening and probably going to go to 7 because the buy is definitely not good from Invictus coming in. You know things are rough when someone buys an AK and just a helmet.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last round, and yeah, we have a Winchester, 3 Deagles, and an AK-47. This is gonna be an interesting one, and Deadly Dave might make it very uninteresting, as he was almost about to get an ace there, but those trees do save Invictus' lives. But I don't think for how long their lives will be spared, as Novocaine has already pushed up, a smoke is there as well. There's not really any place for Invictus to go right here, right? Like, they've been pretty much cornered, especially if Mafia pushes up B. That might become an issue, but Shadow actually goes down. Oh, that is an oversight, and Jeppa with another one. That freshly picked up AR is gonna tear Deadly Dave down. As now they've opened up the bomb site, this could be such a huge upset round coming in for Invictus. I mean, that angle that's being watched there is tight, but Novocaine, really the saving grace could be, gets Jeppa, is not aware about XT's position, is going to throw some nades, some flashes, that might do a little bit of damage. Valley with another kill as well. Suddenly this does start to look a bit doable, especially with EXZ only on P250, but that's all that he needs. Melody waiting, fully flashed, gets shot down, but Aki is not able to clutch a 1v3. So we are all equal heading into the side switch.
And I love this round from Invictus, and I will tell you why. They obviously they know that MULTIPLAYER is taking garden control quite often, right? The position, you boost up towards A, like even a triple stack sometimes comes in from MULTIPLAYER. Now they're running around towards the 3 side, right? And then they're going onto the A side, and Invictus, or MULTIPLAYER rather, isn't expecting them to be there. They take the site, and MULTIPLAYER have no idea. They lose one fight, and then all of a sudden Invictus is on the site, and MULTIPLAYER will have to retake from the heavens instead of earlier then taking the control over the garden, actually working out in their favor. So I really like what I'm seeing. What I'm also liking is the fact that MULTIPLAYER is taking A, but what I'm not liking is Invictus not even attempting to play it on that side. They are all gonna go from the stairs retake, and this could get quite dicey soon, because I feel like they're gonna move in soon, rather sooner than later. As we'll have to see the first few kills coming in. Novocaine up close, tries to spray. Jeppa taking 2 with him, and just Deadly Dave against the world. Bomb this time planted for them, so the post plant looks to work out. Deadly Dave having to kill the diffuser first, shots on someone else, and doesn't even get the kill with it. Invictus to complete the retake and get 7 up and running.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great way to retake it. I think that was probably the best one. You just the good old tank strategy, you know, you kind of blend in, and especially against pistols, like, they can't exactly spray you down. Even though there's like 5 of you running against one guy, you know, it's that one guy still has to hit all of those headshots. You know, he can't exactly wallbang, can't exactly call at you as well, because P250 just doesn't deal damage like that. So yeah, great strategy there by Invictus, retaking the site, and now it does seem not as promising as it did at the start, for sure. I mean, again, MULTIPLAYER were up 4-0, so Invictus have really pulled one back here. Now, slow approach from MULTIPLAYER. I think, like, at this point, if they could get the plant, if they could get some fakes, you know, just get some players out of the site, just get the bomb plant, get some extra cash for next round. I think that ultimately is the strategy here. But XC, his strategy is just to get some eco frags, you know, why not? Sometimes you gotta go for those cheap kills. Unfortunately, if you do, you can overaggress and go down. So Deadly Dave refrags on XC. EXZ though does get a refrag there, so at least that's not everything lost. But the bomb has entered B bomb site, and EXZ, the man who has always showed up, has to show up once again. He's being spotted. He's actually getting jumped on, but he still gets a frag. Jeppa gets another one, and at this point it's only Aki. Last time 1v3, this time 1v4 turned into a 1v3. Still doable, still possible. That flash is gonna blind him for a while, and he just has to take the peek, has to do something. Oh, they lined up. Actually, if Melody and Jeppa went down there, just 2 more bullets, and this could have been a 1v1, but Invictus do not allow that to happen, and so they take the 8th. They're in the, you know, putting themselves in a pretty good lead here. Heading into the first rifle round, I don't think this is what we expected, you know, from the last, what is it, 10 rounds that we've seen, 8 of them have been won by Invictus. That is just insane.
Yeah, they're really starting to wrap up, and I'm getting a little bit worried for MULTIPLAYER, but they still got themselves a full buy. We'll have to see how EXE will put the Eurasia to use here on the coalition side, because arguably speaking, right, that weapon is better to use on the defensive side most of the time, which can just hold the angle, and that's more powerful. But he is a more aggressive opper, and now falls to Ferry playing aggressive style as well with the SG, and that opens up chances to go for an A split. There's no path really from the mid side, but once they've guarded it, it kind of stops the point of rotating for Invictus. They all have to move on towards that coalition hall, which is hard to retake from, as we mentioned earlier. So that is the only thing really cutting it off, and the bomb could still go towards B now, because you've pulled information away towards A. Now they're just waiting. maybe to let the Invictus side overthink, but because they made so many stabs, flashes can start to come in, and it will be a push happening pretty shortly. Jeppa is good for the first, finds himself a double. Will they expect Melody to be around the corner? Yes, they do. That's Aki finding the kill, and Nick Sage is just the final player trying to hold on. Jumps are being made, a lot of players spots it, but Aki that finds another one. Gravel probably heard from the mid side, and a bomb that will go down with Mafia, possibly having a 7th round lined up. As players are holding them off, Aki is still waiting, positioning, taken down, extends with a double. And that could have got a dicey, but luckily, Deadly Dave is able.
I don't know, man. I thought that might have been just one of the quickest 1v3 clutches we've seen. That snap on the second player there was so quick. Fortunately enough for Mult Mafia, Deadly Dave, is there. 3 frag, 18 frags to his name. So again, we talked about him being one of the biggest transfers in this last season. I mean, 1.5 rating on this guy. And even though maybe on raid, he didn't perform that well, at the same time his team was winning 13-3. He didn't have to. But now, when times are tough, Deadly Dave definitely showing up now. Mixage, look how far he has aggressed. I think they might have heard him, and at this point, he might understand that as well. If they check this corner, they might even get him. Oh yeah, he's dead. Oh, hold on, what? He does get Valley. That was just such a quick, snappy shot there. So now, it doesn't look too good for Invictus. I mean, Jeppa and Ecstasy on 2 Deagles. Jeppa might get a freebie or not. Deadly Dave just checking everything today, huh? So Ecstasy gets overwhelmed, gets run down by Deadly Dave, and he adds, what was it, Jesse? 3 or 4 more kills in this round to his tally.
I think 3 more, so Deadly Dave really working out quite wonderfully. And that kill, as you said before, just great crosshair placement, right, coming in. Such a crucial thing in this game to have that lined up, and just a double tap quick blow on the head. Still very good to do it against rifles, and just takes down another player for the side from Mulip Mafia. Makes it a little bit awkward for themselves, even though the buy from Invictus we can call a little awkward as well, right? 2 M4s, the KSG as well out for XC, because he invested quite heavily in both of the rounds. So now getting the consequences from what he did earlier as Invictus. Look at that, just throwing util to each other as well, right? They're really trying to play as a team, trying to play very strategically, even on that coalition side. I love what I'm seeing, but they're conceding mid very often. And I mean, the thing with that mid conceding, I've talked about it in a little bit, right? 4 players now positioned on A. It's good that Invictus is doing that. But once you give over that middle side, you kind of have no chance for example, EXE, once he wants to go for this rotation, he has to go around towards the coalition side. And once you don't have that, you can still go towards the heaven. But now that path is completely shut out, because they have eyes even on the breach spawn coming in now from Mulip Mafia. So they are very, very good looking. And now once they're going into B, they will face probably a free side soon. So they've really strategically avoided this stack from Invictus, and probably going to take the round unless EXE can go absolutely huge with the KSG, which, I mean, I don't see likely to happen, to be fair.
I mean, kind of like the left EXE on the side, they're like, well, this guy has been having a great game. Let's just leave him with the KSG. Well, he has to prove that he can actually use it. Unfortunately for him, that's an instant frag for Novocaine being found out. Maybe if EXE got one there, perhaps even some more damage in, I think the retake would be plausible. At this point, it's a 4v5 with a smoke denying it, and I think Invictus know it. Yeah, it's just better to save. Sure, you don't want to give away this round, but it's just way better to save, with 1.3k being your total money for the whole team, right? Like, it makes sense to save. So Mult Mafia will take the lead once again. For a while there, it looked like, well, Invictus, they've just completely turned the game on its head. Well, seems like Mult Mafia, they're just not going to give up that quickly, with Deadly Dave and Novocaine showing up. And again, I just want to emphasize Novocaine again, right? Like, he was not having the best game, but now in these last couple of rounds, he has been really showing up. And because, that one player who really shows up can really make or break a team, I feel like Mult Mafia have found their stride again.
Melody, they're going aggressive in the end. He tried to pick up the weapon, but it could have also given up another round or another frag towards the Mulip Mafia side, which gave them lesser economy, of course, to work with. But yeah, I just love that Mulip Mafia, like, they're not fully on all the phase of putting all their eggs in one basket and spreading it equally around, right, for their team. Every single person is kind of fragging, right? Novocaine now as well, up and up his kill count. But on the first map, as we saw, the first map that we've seen, and everything working out for them wonderfully. Everyone gets the piece of the pie, right? Novocaine got a double this round, a key one. Belly now falling, but usually there as well with frags. It just all seems to work out, and Mulip Mafia really do it as a team. by having a very equal kill count in their name. Shadow getting a good timing on Melody, catching him with his pants down there with a nade in his hand. And that's MULTIPLAYER up to double digits, Twist. This is still their game. This is their aggressive style that they're playing. Invictus giving over middle very soon, and you can see that it cost them big time.
I mean, MULTIPLAYER made that rifle round look like an anti-eco, right? Like, they didn't even use any strats. I mean, a little bit of nades, but they literally just ran in, out-aimed the opponents, and got around. So now, heading into the next one, I mean, it's just not looking good for Invictus. Again, they've spent pretty much all of their cash, so they have to get this round. Otherwise, we might be looking at 12 on the board for MULTIPLAYER. And yeah, they had that great stride towards the middle of the game, but now it seems like they've lost it again. And MULTIPLAYER just shown no signs of stopping. This time, they're going to attack A, though. 3 players there. Oh, and that is a great position. But Shadow, how does he do it? Man, I can't even see the head there, let alone just flick. Get the shot off first. That is insane on Shadow. And now the attack has started. Another falls and another falls. Just everyone biting the dust right here. Ecstasy low as well. And again, it's over before it has even started, you know. From the time that they started attacking the site to the time where, well, it's over and they're going for saves, which Deadly Dave is not even allowing to happen. It's like a 7-second, 10-second interval. Sure, Ecstasy might get one, but immediately refragged by Aki. And at this point, Invictus are just struggling to do anything here. Let's see the cash. Okay, so they can buy. They can pretty much keep buying rifles and some utility until the end of the game, but it seems like it's just not working for them. Again, they're really struggling on that collision side of things.
Yeah, and I wish I had like a map where I could draw on to kind of once again empathize about how well this MULTIPLAYER team is playing in terms of like the way they've been playing with one particular strat. I do just really like it, and it's been blowing Invictus off due to the fact that they're playing very, very passive towards A side very often. Now going very aggressive towards A, trying to hold on to middle. So this is totally a different story. But then B gets lost, right? So Invictus tries to capitalize on one of the strats, but the other one gets used. Melody almost losing the fight there by missing some bullets.
I'm happy he got that one.
I got a little scared, Twist. I'm gonna be honest. Aki almost redeeming himself there for more. And Nova K now watching the flank has no utility to stop the push from happening, but just has his aim. A flash as well to kind of forget about the play from happening. And I feel like Invictus have no way to go for this. He knew 2 of them were there. Jeppa now falling, but Melody swinging in. Veli is on another level, and so is MULTIPLAYER as a whole. This is absolutely crazy, as they will go to match and series point.
Yeah, again, like if you're the game leader, what can you do? Well, don't get headshotted by Shadow like that. Don't allow him to be so good, right? Like at this point, it's as you said, Jesse. Like yeah, MULTIPLAYER are using great strats here, but they're just individually, they're just insane. EXZ had a great start of the game. He still has an alright game, but Deadly Dave, he just never stepped off the gas pedal. 23 frags to his name, more than double KD. This just really shows where he has that 1.5 rating. You know, when he's able to do this against top teams, there's just not much you can do. Well, in this round. Again, you know, he turns it around. 3v5 turned into a 3v3 within seconds. Deadly Dave is still performing. They get away as well, and Aki gets a frag. Invictus, they had a chance to get back in the game, and they still do, as Mixage finds one. He needs to find a second, but now it's all left up to Deadly Dave. 2 frags to equalize the scoreboard here. Gets another one, and that is a 1v1 situation. Bomb down, and EXZ versus Deadly Dave. This duel could not be any better. The 2 players that have had star-like performances throughout this whole map. EXZ, who's a new recruit on the side of Invictus, just playing absolutely insane last week and this week as well. We can really see that this man is made out of pure skill. Well, this time he has to show it, and he has to show it for real. A 1v1 with a Eurasia.
This is the chance. Deadly Dave, of course. I think he still has to get possession over the bomb. Now trying to start looking for the final player, and you should realize at this point, right, that he is usually the sniper, so probably not going to play close on these angles. Deadly Dave as well, or XE as well, trying to find some intel about where Deadly Dave is, because you don't want to run fully around to go to B. Are they going to go for it? I think Deadly Dave is going to run towards B now. He's cleared middle, he's going to run, and it's exactly the side where EXE isn't on, so he's made the right play, and that means EXE will have to run all around the map to get to the side itself. This will be a plant, and now the question is, where will Deadly Dave go? They're gonna meet each other sooner than you might expect, sooner than EXE might be thinking. He still scopes in. He expects the push from Deadly Dave. What is happening? How do you anticipate on a push towards the stairs? I can't believe it.
Yeah, the crazy thing is, like, the sniper makes his scoping sound as well, so he was pretty much like knowing that, you know, if he makes a sound, probably Deadly Dave could hear him. He was still like, nah, I gotta check it, man. I just have this tingling sensation. Yeah, perhaps he'll peek, and he does. So EXZ once again proved that he might be the player that just keeps Invictus in this game, and even more keeps Invictus in this Pro League, and even takes them to, you know, good placements in playoffs, because time and time again he is the saving grace of the team, just getting around, getting those crucial frags, not only getting, like, I don't know, four kills in a need, like against ecos, right? Like, he gets those frags that really matter, those impact frags. So he does keep Invictus in the game for one more round. Now they need to find 4 more. And if we look at the side of Mort Mafia, they're not going to make it any easier for them. 7k on Deadly Dave, 6.7 on Shadow. They're going to be able to buy and buy and buy. So Invictus are going to face rifle after rifle after rifle rounds here. But it's still possible. Especially with that EXZ. Okay.
Yep, actually having to save them again, right? Maybe. A few more times. Okay.
How?
Stop it.
Like, yeah. He's so good right now. I don't get it. And he's aggressive as well. Like, especially with Eurasia, you can't allow yourself to be that aggressive. Or you can if you're EXZ and you have teammates like Jeppa and Melly to support you. Even if he went down there, that was still a great double peek there coming in from Invictus. So now only one player left live is Shadow. I mean, EXZ and Jeppa are low, so technically this could be a 1v2, but at the same time the bomb is down and there are literally all players guarding it. So yeah, with 27 seconds left on the clock, I don't even think Shadow is gonna go for this one.
No, I think he's saving. I think what Mood Mafia is thinking about as well, like, how many rounds are there still left? Do we have a buy for all those 3 rounds? Maybe not. So with Shadow saving this one can potentially give you just a little bit more economy to make it work, but I think he's still gonna die, right? So you played all the time, you played pretty slow, and now you're still fighting in. Melody getting caught off guard there. The worst timing possible. And Shadow, maybe he thinks he's kind of avoiding all the players, but he's actually moving closer and closer by the second towards the players that are actually still left. Not to be. Mood Mafia up to 12, and like I said before, this prediction as well, right? He scopes in, like, Deadly Dave, he can play everywhere, right? He can play middle, he can play back lanes towards the B side, but he scopes in at the exact time he's like middle side of the rocks. It wastes so much time for EXE if he hard scopes there, but he just predicts it, and I can't believe it.
Yeah, man, look what that has done to the team morale. Look what that has done to their mentality. Now they're actually the ones taking fights. Now they're actually the ones pushing in. Ecstasy gets one, and almost a second. Akage refrag, though. This round is still doable, especially with Deadly Dave catching one off guard. Jeppa refrag. 2v3 situation, and they're going to keep peeking. They're going to keep getting kills. Shadow low on health, but that kill is all that matters. Oh, and that nade is perfect. If you can't kill him with bullets, kill him with utility. So now it's only Mixage left live, and for some reason he's on a GSR. Now he's going to pick up that Eurasia, but unfortunately he's not exactly EXZ, so where that weapon could have helped EXZ, here it could be all over. He's fully flashed as well. Now the bomb is not exactly planted just yet, so technically he could just pick up another weapon. You know, it's not looking as bad as I thought it did, but that bomb is going to go down on B. And Mixage has to really do a lot here. 11 kills to his name, 18 deaths. Normally you'd see Mixage performing better, but I mean, this could be one way for him to redeem himself. But will he check this corner? No, he won't, but he will get the kill. What is that from Mixage? And a double with the GSR. What is that coming in from Mixage? He does redeem himself in the craziest of ways possible and gets the defuse as well.
Bomb has been defused.
He didn't even clear the right corner. Flick of the wrist towards the right side, and then the second kill as well, Twist. It was a double stack. Mafia was there to trade each other.
Man, they were not low either. Like, wow.
GSR best pistol?
I'm honestly left speechless. Like, I've been casting for what, 3 years now? This is like a top 3 craziest clip that I've seen. Look at that. Gets a flick, and then the last one. Oh. Like, what? Against rifles. Against rifles, man. That is insane.
He avoids the fights also so well, right? Really looks for those one-on-ones. He really chooses his battles to kind of get that first kill, then fall back a little to let Shadow shoot a few of his bullets, and then goes in, and that makes us go. I mean, I'm already gonna say this makes us go to round 25, because this one with Deagles, I mean, I just want to see it. So I hope I didn't cast a curse it now, but a 5-4 This is doable. And this will be 12-12, I believe. Oh, Twist, we're going all the way.
Yeah, the fact that Invictus are still in this, that EXZ clutch, and now this just, I don't even know what to call it, man. It's one of the craziest things I've seen, but it keeps them in the game, and it keeps them fighting for 12-12, all equal on the scoreboard right now. Mullet Mafia, they have been just demoralized. There is not any other word I could use. I mean, they lost that EXZ, fine, he scoped in, whatever, he expected it, but losing that round to Mixage, it's just like, what can you do in that situation, man? So 12-12, all tied up. We'll see if Mullet Mafia are able to come back from what would just destroy the average morale of any player on a team. Slowly moving towards mid. Nobody wants to over-aggress that much. Smoke's coming in. This will be a slow one. Nobody wants to make a mistake. Or do they? Aki and Shadow, they do get 2 openings here, Jesse.
Oh, this could all fall apart. You fought your way back so damn hard. Clutches had to be found, but once again, a clutch having to call upon. Ecstatic, only good for one, then gets dropped. 2 players still on the stairs, and Belly will drop them both, so by the skin of their teeth, they pull through. Mullet Mafia winning the series 2-0, and shutting down the streak of Invictus, having only ties 1, and the first 2-0 of the day has been a fact. Mullet Mafia winning it in the end, but Invictus, they fought back, and I don't think you can fight harder than this.
I mean, you could fight just at like 1% harder, which would actually be winning it. Man, I feel bad for Invictus. I mean, no. It's like, I just feel bad for them, right? Because it's like that, to keep them in the game like that, you know, with that clutch, that is absolutely insane. EXZ's clutch as well, very nice, but then, you know, that happens, and they lose it on 12-12. I feel like that's even more heartbreaking than just, you know, like losing it 9-13. But still, they just fought tooth and nail there, like, right? Like, that was insane from Invictus. Unfortunately, not exactly able to take it over the line, Jesse, but I think if, you know, most people are here for great entertainment, and I mean that this is like, again, clip of the year.
Yeah, it really is. People in the chat also saying that, and with it as well, right? Looking at it from a tournament perspective right now, Mullet Mafia 2-0ing Invictus, winning against the last time champions, of course. Not only that, but establishing themselves as having Castello in their map pool. Oh, it's 13-10. No. It's 13-12 for Mullet Mafia. Invictus still got a few more rounds added up. But hey, this establishes Mullet Mafia not only as the best team, I feel like, but also definitely as one of the best teams on Castello as well, because that was the name of Invictus. Invictus was written all over Castello, and now Mullet Mafia have beaten them on their favorite map. I'm very excited to see, because if Mullet Mafia can not only win on the more ordinary maps, now can also prove themselves on the extraordinary maps, what is that gonna mean for the future, Twist? That's gonna mean a lot of hype around this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look at the standings here, like, things have definitely changed, and I think things could still change. I mean, look at this. Invictus, yeah, they fought really great in that game. Unfortunately, they're still only on 2 points. But Mullet Mafia, I mean, they've just established themselves as the leaders of this Pro League so far, right? Like, taking first place, 9 points, perfect, pretty much playing perfectly here. And then we also have Violent GG, who are on 7 points. And Jesse, remember those predictions we made in week 1 where we both put Violent GG as the 6th place team? Yeah, well, about that, seems like that's not going to happen anytime soon. But we still do have some question marks here. We still do have Rain, Invictus, and Team G9. And I do think that, you know, next upcoming game is going to be G9 versus Rain. And honestly, even though I think a lot of people could say that perhaps it could be a very one-sided game for Rain, I think G9 definitely have some punching power. I definitely think that, you know, they can do it. And again, they've played one game less. So, you know, even though they're 5th on the scoreboard right now, those 3 points could really put them ahead on like 3rd place, I do believe. So yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one. Again, a best of 2. I think hopefully it measures up to the same excitement that we saw in this first game. Again, like Mixage, I don't know how you did that. You know, congratulations to you for, you know, being able to probably put that on your YouTube channel or something. But yeah, we'll be back after a short break with Rain versus Team G9. Again, a best of 2. See you guys after the break.
Of Critical Ops Pro League Season 3. Let's get on with
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. They're flying up in here. Blessed is getting in there as fast as possible. Spoken already with 2 for his name, and they're working on planting the bomb at this point. They're getting in. Spoken for a 3rd. He is just speaking everything into victory. And we got 3 more going down, and that is going to be it.
And with 35 seconds left, Conti, he's going to spot one out. He knows that there's going to be some pressure on A now. The bullets shooting out, that smoke grenade coming out. I think they should be aware that the hit is coming towards A, but I don't think they've rotated everyone fully just yet. Brave still trying to see if he can make the rotation. He can't even, and now it's just down to Conti on the side, but both of them down. Ikuna now has to come in. Can he get the kills? Yes, he's gotten 2, but it's now just down to him. He has to do a 4K to win the round. He's on to 3 so far, and can he close this one out? He knows there's not much time left. He just has to stay alive for a little bit longer. He's going to get a kill. Ikuna. Aries, can he get him? Yes, he can. Ikuna. Yeah, they're trying to avoid detection right now, it seems, over towards that A site, but they will have to contend with Melva and Aries if they do end up going there. But Ralph now just trying to play the lurk, it seems. Once they make that hit, hopefully they're trying to see if they can take anyone off guard, catch him off guard. Conti takes down Melva, and now Story as well, sitting on over towards the site.
Oh no,
not even there. Yeah, this is tough for them. Story does find 1 kill, but he's so low himself. Tail finds Raph. Brave does take him out, so the trade's going in favor of Bless, but now a 1 versus 1 actually. I take it back. Conti now, is he aware of him? No, he does not get the kill. Tail Sentinel are probably shaking their head right now, because this is not a round that Sentinel should be losing whatsoever. Bless now have the bomb, have the whereabouts to go all the way back to B, it seems. Playing over towards lobby, right? They want to just see if they can make it further away. And Tail, if he even just continues to move alongside, if they continue to move, oh, he might catch them off guard though. Will he catch them off guard? No, I think.
Oh, no, I heard him.
He's looking. Oh, Raph, can he get him? Can he get him? Raph, oh, taking down
he's gonna move.
His Tail though. That nade will it get Raph down? No, not just yet. He still have to reload. And Raph, what is happening right now? What is this matchup? A 1 versus 1. Tag down Raph. Can he get the kill on the Tail? He does not find it, and Tail clutches it out. What just happened? Broken down quite low now. 30 seconds left on the clock. It looks like it has to be an A hit, and with so many players already there, Raph does take down Goomba. That is 1 rotation caught off guard now, and with the smokes coming out, I surely think they're going to start rotating on here, and it's going to be perfect for Raph to come in from behind and stop all of them. Somehow Tail does take him out, but he's the last player alive now. Bomb goes, and will he spot anyone? Raph, I don't know if he completely has. I think he's heard some players now with the bomb making its way on over to the bomb site. The damage is being done here, but Melville takes down Conti, so the defense weakened up slightly now, and the bomb somehow will make its way on over towards the site. That flash going to come out, hopefully blind some players out. That bomb does get planted, but the planter gets killed immediately, and now a 2 versus 4. How can they maintain this one? It seems like Story will find 2 kills. Spoken now versus Tail, and he gets it.
But if he plays this right, though, he plays this right, he lets Raph get the bomb. If he can play this right and follow up behind him, he can pick anything. Look at all those weapons. He has anything he can choose.
And nades, too.
Yeah, oh, no. Okay, wait, maybe there's still some chance.
Oh.
It's Story's got to slow down. He's got to slow down. He's got to slow down. Oh. Go for the weapon. Go for the weapon. Go for the weapon. Oh, he's not. He might be able to. Oh, no. No, he doesn't.
No clue. Oh my gosh. Story just playing with his prey. And we know how good Merciless have been at defending A site. Nade goes out. Oh, vape. Oh, vape. Did he know? He just knew. Perfect timing. Flash goes over. He said, I don't hear or see anything over towards B, so therefore they must be coming over towards long. He knows Juice is there. Gets the double. Can he get the triple now? Loose. He's on the prowl. Loose is on the loose, and he does get the triple. There we go. They're still trying to see what they can do here. Dusty versus Ottawa. Oh, Dusty, if he's looking the right way, he could get the kill. Oh, Dusty now is aware and does get the kill into Ottawa. So 3 versus 1. This should be in their favor. Vape now made aware of Amendment's position. And are 3 of them really going to do this? Or what are they doing? What are they doing? I'm so confused as to why they have done that. They knew he was there, and yet they still just run into him. I'm at a loss for words. And Vape, oh my.
What?
And we shall see. Can they just make it through? Yeah, it seems like this is the case. They're going to go for the bomb plant now. Once again, A, taking Hammer's tactics and just putting it on themselves. 5v5. I love these 5v5 post plant situations. It doesn't happen too often. It's happened a couple times this game already, which is surprising. And Scotch is going to get absolutely destroyed over towards long. Now we have more players there. Ottawa and Vape coming through very strong, but now 2 versus 2, and the bomb on the site. Neither Merciless players are on the site. They're going to have to come in for this retake, and they're just going to give it up. They just gave it up. Wow. Okay. All right. Going to rotate, but Merciless, it looks like they're committing over towards the A bomb site, and Amendment now finds 1 frag. He doesn't get the trade follow-up, but Juice, he gets 2 more, and now it's him versus Eluse. He gets 3 massive kills now, and just down to Scott, the 1 versus 4. Is this possible? It looks unlikely. Kalos stops him dead in his tracks, and now 4.
Rusty Dusty is on the prowl, trying to see if he can get 1. He does, but there's a trade. 3-3.
See here what ends up happening. Merciless definitely have an opportunity to close out here, so we shall see if they can actually do this. Flashes go out. Eluse will go for the bomb plant, and Callow doesn't get taken out, so a 2 versus 3 now. Merciless look to turn up the heat. Can they close this one out right here, right now? Juice already taking a bit of damage, and now he's just the last one. Zone not even there. A 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is, and he's out of the game, it seems. And so with about a minute left, Hammers, they could opt to go over towards anywhere really. As long as they storm over towards the spawn area, they could go B, they could go A. But A is wide open for the taking. They could just immediately rush through, and now they all have weapons too. Seems interesting that they are still debating this. There's 30 seconds left on the clock. Now they finally make their way over towards the A bomb site. And Scott now, I think they will be aware. There we go. The double from Scott, as Dusty now comes alone and will get shut out there by Merciless. Essentially what's happening right now.
It's not looking too good for that. It's definitely not. So we'll have to wait and see where they can.
That nade.
If they can bring back
that nade. Ooh, did good damage. Amendment zone Juice. Oh, okay, Eluse and Vape. They don't even see him, and they're already done. For Callow does find 1 Vape with a triple so far already, and Amendment now the last person left alive. Sees an opportunity, but also a field of obstacles ahead. And Ottawa.
This is the last scrappiness possible to make something happen.
Let's see here. Ottawa now. Okay. Yep, I think it's the beginning of the end. 5 versus 2. It looks unlikely that Hammers will be able to clutch this one out. Dusty has gotten 1 kill already. Eluse finds himself dead as well. And so what can Juice do as well as Dusty? They find themselves some frags, but now just down to Juice. 1 versus 2. They're on the bomb site already. And Ox, he has an inkling that he's around the smoke, and he will kill him. And that's the end of it.
And now Invictus can take reception control. That's pretty good if you want to go A or B. Just having that info, especially, you know, just staying there, hearing footsteps, making range rotations work, making them work a little bit harder for those rotations. Now Faultless, what is this? Faultless pushes in, gets 1, gets Jimmy, he's just not aware. What is that from Faultless? Huge play. Now Hakeem still competitive, still in the game, and gets another one. Faultless finally goes down, so suddenly the tides have shifted once again. 1v2 clutch for Nexero coming in. Out clutches the Knights.
Wait for them to go, trying to get a little flash. Mix it to come around the corner, trying to get to close proximity, and then be able to help out when he can. Shot is coming out just to bait him. 1, 2, and can he get the 3rd? Yes, for Z-Knight for a triple.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, some of these players really have their favorite maps where they can just accelerate and perform extremely well. Maybe it's also the team aspect, you know, maybe Regus has some great insights on how to play port. But seems like Invictus, again, they're just pulling back. Look at this Z-Knight, triple and a quad. Yeah, this is the Z-Knight that we know, and really, right? Like, you're doing good. Seems like whatever you do is working, so why not start doing crazier stuff? And, I mean, it still works out for them. So Rain on 12. Seems like the longer we go into this best of 5, like the more one-sided these games are. Again, like Rain got only 7 on Canals, which was their map pick, and now it seems like Invictus might just end it on 6. Pushing in, but Myline just confidently getting 1, 2. What is this? Mally goes down as well. No answer from Invictus. Only 2 players left alive. Jimmy, not for long. So 1v4 now. Z-Knight able to get 1 and a double. Okay, Z-Knight, can you do the 1v4? This would be exactly what they need. Wives gets spotted, gets some damage as well. That's huge coming in, but he's not checking his back. And look at that, the backstab's coming in. The question is, will he get flashed? Will he get peeked? Will he get smoked off or naded? He's retreating back. He gets some damage and gets away. He's so flashed, but he's able to make his way, barely escape there. Now Rain are making their way towards mid. Mixage gets 1 Xero, 3 frags, and Mally gets another 2. 2v4 now. Mally gets another one. 1v4 situation. Wives on that single shot. He slips it out for the gets 1. Oh, almost a double. He keeps pushing on. He keeps pushing and gets Adam Q. Not like that, Invictus. Not like that. Not a 1v4 to shut you out of the final. Wives spots 1. He does not know where the other player is. He does not have the bomb. They peek him, and Hakim takes us to game number 5.
Wow, that is all.
Take it all around.
That flash bang goes off. He's tagged, finds the wall bang, trying to go for the 2K. He's able to pick it up. He's got one more play that he can do. Right up front of sight, and he's not all he's going.
Any other guys that have goals now? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna have time for this? Is he gonna do it? Oh my God! What is the name of this?
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, lag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
Mullet Mafia fans will be happy because their team will take the dub once more. The third 2-0 that goes their way, so they're the only team right now that has 3 wins in this Pro League season. My name is still Jess, your Dutch boy, joined for the final game by Twist. And now one more insane game, of course, to happen, because these two teams, on paper, could definitely be performing quite nicely, but we can also see that Rain, for example, has lost one game 1-1, with being a forfeit win, so technically the only one that they've played so far has been a loss against the G1 that has lost and tied. So these two teams are bungling around somewhere on the bottom of this tournament as of right now, and that's something that we don't really see from these two teams that often.
No, I mean, especially from Rain, you don't normally see them being at the bottom of the scoreboard or, close to it. But again, we have to remember one thing, and that is that Rain are known as the comeback kings. It doesn't matter if it's a single game, it doesn't matter if it's a whole tournament. They're always kind of that team that, everyone expects them to do good. Then they don't do good, and then they're like, well, we're just gonna kind of use this motivation, everyone being against us to simply like just win it back.
And of course, yeah, Team G9 on the other hand, really, right? They are going to be trying to prove themselves in this tournament. Have so far tied that first game against Invictus, where they really had a chance to take a 2-0, right? We still remember, Twitch, we were there last week. Canals, a map that Team G9, they started pushing all of a sudden everything. Right, it was not necessarily needed to go for pushes like every single round, and then they lost it in round 25 when a few rounds were a little bit odd. And yeah, because of that, we have to be thinking about it as Team G9. I feel like they've sometimes choked a little bit, and that's why I feel like there's still more to it than what they have shown so far. And that's why I say like two teams we don't necessarily expect to be down here, because what Team G9 shows against Bullet Mafia, 10 rounds on SOAR, 11 rounds on Canals. Those are pretty good scores, Twist.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how this one goes. I mean, I do think that G9 will be able to get at least one map off of Rain, simply because they're a team that, again, like, they're always kind of the underdogs, right? Like, they're known for, if Rain are known for being the expected team to win, and then they almost choke it, then kind of G9 are the opposite, They're never really expected to win it, they're never really expected to do that well, but historically, they've been doing very well against, top flight teams here, so... Yeah, honestly, I think they do have a chance to get at least one. And again, we're talking about best of 2s here, right? So, like, they will have their map pick, and I do believe that, the map that they will pick, they'll have practiced a lot, right? So I do think that on their map pick, they should be able to get at least one. Now, 2, probably going to be out of the question here. I mean, again, this is Rain we're talking about, but... At the same time, we have to remember that Rain actually lost 0-2 to Violent GG in week number 1. So, they do have that track record, at least in this tournament, to just losing badly to, I wouldn't say unknown, but just like lesser teams, if just as far as the name goes.
Yeah, I mean, Violent GG, they have shown off in this tournament, but definitely still a team you would consider to be somewhat down there on the bottom. But what isn't down there at the bottom, rather on top, is G Fuel here for us. It's been a great partner for us at Esports Mobile, of course, and that's why they provided a nice code for us here, Esports Mobile, to get 30% off. And you might be wondering, what's so good about G Fuel? Of course, G Fuel is, as we do know, the supporter of the mobile esports, but there's a lot of benefits from using G Fuel yourself, because it is a product with low calories involved and no sugar, which means that you won't get yourself a crash. You won't experience that, because with some energy drinks where there's a lot of sugar, for example, in, you get very hyped, but then an hour later or something, you like dig in, you crash completely. So it's a clean, natural energy with a huge variety of flavors yourself. Me, myself, have tried out the starter kit, which is also there for you guys to use, which is basically you get yourself a can where you can fill your shaker mixer, where you can fill yourself up your nice juices, and then you get a few flavors to test, and that you can actually find out if you really like a flavor or not. And of course, it's very good for playing, for streaming, just overall activities where you are able to, or where you need to keep energized for. When you are using that, of course, you're going to be performing a whole lot better. So it is definitely nice to use G Fuel. And with that code, I mean, 30% off is very nice for Esports Mobile.
Yeah, for sure. Again, G Fuel, one of those companies that has been helping us for a long time, to keep the lights on and to keep making these streams possible. So, go support them, go show some love back to them. And well, one way how you can do it, you can see here it says 40 servings. Well, do we have a treat for you? There is also a 15 serving tub now available, so you can go get that. It's not going to be as expensive. You can just kind of try out what you like, what you dislike, and obviously use code esportsmobile at gfuel.com when you are at the checkout.
Yeah, just checking out those small flavors and making it work, making it happen. For a lesser price, of course, you can check out more flavors. In the game, of course, there's also Operation Kino happening right now. And, I mean, inside the cafe and Kino, of course, where we do see all those nice skins coming in. Really like that wrench, of course, and the glove. Very great combination to have. Or the women on your SMG, the one that's holding it, of course. when he's hugging the wall. Very great, but watch out for that coalition player, of course, because he's still up there trying to backstab. Neil Knights as well, our new lucky spin. And I gotta say, like, these skins from the Neon Ice, they're looking very, very great.
Oh, for sure, especially the nades. I think you mentioned that you really like the nades. I do too, and honestly, I think the range as well. You know, this time it is. I like the blue and yellow color combo. I think it looks quite well. So yeah, I mean the gloves, all of that is available in the lucky spin. So go try it out. Try out your luck, and perhaps you'll be able to rock one of these skins in the game if you do just that. But I think with that, Jesse, we have kind of moved through all of the things that we should have talked about before the match started, and now we should talk about the actual match. So we have some interesting things coming up. Obviously, we'll have the map veto, but first, let's talk about the teams. G9 versus Rain. Let's start with no, which one do you want to start with? Well, actually, I do have one more thing before we start. Community match voting. This is a thing. Again, this is completely for free. You head on over to play.mobileesports.org/app/voting, or you just scan this QR code, and then you can access a voting. You need to make an account. That takes like 2 minutes, and then you can vote for which team you think is going to win. You can get, if you guess correctly, you're going to get points. And if you have enough points at the end of the season, if you're on leaderboard, well, you'll have great big prizes. For example, 18,000 credits, 145 premium cases, and a lot more. So, yeah, if you have a Critical Ops account, should have 3,000 kills at least. But I think for most people watching here, that's going to be an easy one. And, well, you'll be able to put some points, perhaps even win some free stuff. But let's actually talk about the teams, Jesse. G9, what are you thinking?
Yeah, Team G9, formerly known as Team Flames, getting to that 5th place of Pro League Season 2, whereas they then dropped out. But in general, very experienced. Both intermediate seasons they have played. From Season 1, them showing up 4th place was good enough to actually go into the Pro League of Season 2, where then they dropped out. Played that intermediate season to get themselves some extra cash, some extra experience, and now they're here in Pro League Season 3 trying to up that one more time. And that roster, of course, from Team G9, Twist, it is full of players that we all know of, right? They're always in the server, they're always there, but now trying to figure it out with, yes, this is the only team I've actually seen use it, a 7-man roster, because everyone has played at least once for the Team G9 here in this Pro League season, in the match that they've played.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's a great strategy, right? Because every player has their better and their worst maps, and sometimes you kind of get locked in that 5-man roster, right? And like, well, if somebody breaks a leg, then somebody else will play for him, I guess. But like, at the end of the day, like, again, you know, there are players who maybe, there's a player who might be great on like 6 out of 7 maps. Well, on that one map that he's not good on, if they have to play it, well, just sub in the player that's actually good on it. So I think G9 that's like one of their strong suits here, that like, as you said, everyone can play, and they can kind of rotate and switch around those players depending on the map. And well, definitely another thing is that, you know, 5 of them are Turkish. So again, the same goes for Mullet Mafia, where 4 of them are Romanian, and it just makes it easier to communicate. And if we look at the map stats, I mean, they're not looking too good, they're not looking too bad. Like, honestly, like, you know, most things are above 50%. We do have raid on that 100%. But like, there are some maps that perhaps are not their favorites. For example, Canals here, we can see only 45% for Team G9.
Yeah, this map statistics is definitely a variety. Castello left out. The rest all a little bit weird to potentially go for, or not necessarily their favorites, but like always dark horses potentially, right, to be played. But also you speak about Turkish players, right, in their lineup. But I think Bobo Sodak is actually their IGL, right? So you have heard him, you've talked with him in DMs sometime. Do you know how they do that? Do they communicate in English with him, or does he know Turkish? He's Swedish, so I'm not too sure.
As far as I'm aware, I do think that they give most callouts in English, but you have to remember, like, if that one player is dead, right, like, he doesn't even need to communicate, then they can just switch to Turkish, right? So I think for the most part, it is maybe a bit hard to work it out at first, but like ultimately, you know, that shouldn't make it too big of an issue, but it definitely helps, you know, it definitely helps the team chemistry that, you know, 5 players are from the same country. But then on the other side of things, we have Rain, which, you know, back in the day was a predominantly Russian team. And with that lineup, I mean, yeah, they have 24,000 total earnings starting back in Circuit Season 1. Like, this is the Critical Ops team, right? Like, this is the team which for like many years was regarded as the best team overall, not only in Europe or Eurasia, just the best team in the world. And I mean, again, you know, we look at the tournament history, they do have the stats to kind of vouch for it. But if we take a look at the roster, Well, things have changed a little bit. Definitely, there have been many different implementations of Rain, and even though it is still a primarily CIS region team, there are some new additions. There's an addition of Nexera, Frix, Zayan, players maybe that we haven't seen playing that much, but at the same time, we also have players like Malik, who is on 1.42 rating, and my line actually rocking the highest rating. I think second was Deadly Dave with 1.5. Well, here my line is actually on 1.63. So yeah, this man has been just fragging it out for many seasons here.
Yeah, Malik, of course, coming out from the Invictus team. And what I've seen so far from the roster from Rain is the top 4 you see, like Myline, Nexera, Wives, and Faultless, all are usually playing. And then the question is, will Malik play or will Zion play? And Malik has played for 2 out of the 3 games that we have seen, whereas Zion has stand in for 1 map where he went 4 in 12. So that was not the best performance from him coming out. So we'll have to see what he is going to be able to do, or if he will be subbed in. But I feel like Malik is then, obviously, with that point in mind, going to be the team or the player that will be subbed in the most. Raid is obviously the least favorite map here coming out from Rain, next to Castello. That will probably not be played, so maybe Rain is going to go for that insta-ban on Raid, considering there's a 100% map win rate coming out from the team of G9. But all in all, Soar 100%, the rest all pretty good from the side from Rain, and yeah, their versatility is equally as much as the side from Team G9 is, but Team G9 of course have lower percentiles, so that kind of gets or draws the attention to what this game is usually going to be, right? Team G9, I think they're going to be fighting every single time on the back foot. We'll have to see what they're going to be able to do though, because Rain is just, in my eyes, still one of the strongest teams out there.
Yeah, for sure. And they're doing a really good strategy here where they practice only a certain amount of maps. Like, they never really play Castello or, well, the Raid, not really their favorite either. But, like, they can ban it, right? Like, unless you have to play best of 5, which is literally the finals, you can always just avoid the maps that you don't want to play. You just put 0 practice time into those maps, and you allocate that practice time to actually practicing the ones that you like playing. So, I mean, in my head, that makes perfect sense. So, yeah, let's actually see what the map pool looks like for this matchup. It will be an interesting one. I'm pretty sure we're not going to see Castello, as that's probably going to be an instant ban coming in from Rain. Let's see which team we'll start with here.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, interesting. Soar out, of course, for Team G9. 100% win rate. I totally get that. You don't want to play that against a team as Rain. Then Rain banning away Castello. That's pretty interesting, right? Raid, I would have seen to be more likely to happen because both teams have not played that map before. Canals then picked by Team G9. Rain's, I think, weakest map as well coming out, besides, of course, the side of Raid. So I would have expected a Raid pick to come out there from Team G9, but they still opt to go for Canals, and then Bureau being picked from Rain themselves. No port shenanigans as well coming out from the Rain side. So I'm looking forward to these maps, considering both teams do some odd things with their maps, but it ends up being maps that we all know, right? So we all know, we all love them. You don't have to go for weird maps yourself that you're not feeling too confident on, but that 100% win rate on Raid for Team G9 would have made me believe they would go for it.
Well, what's even weirder is that they pick Canals, and the lowest map win percentage they have out of all the maps, it was actually Canals with 45%. So I'm not exactly sure why they pick it, but I mean, maybe that's just to completely bamboozle Rain. I'm sure Rain were not expecting this pick, right?
Now, I do see one thing, though. The match from Rain against Violent GG was played on Port and Canals, and they both lost those maps. So maybe that's one thing they're a little bit scared of, right? To go for that maps once more. But we also know some roller coaster happened there with Malik having to leave mid-game or something. It was really weird. So those games, I don't really know how much we're going to be knowing of it ourselves, or a mid-play stand-in coming in, but that was still a loss, right? So maybe they don't want to go down that same path again.
Perhaps, but still, G9 picking Canals. I mean, again, this is their lowest win percentage map. As for the community votes, it does seem like from a majority are favoring Rain, but honestly, like normally when you see Rain play, it used to be like 80%, 90%, no matter. They could have been playing Invictus and it would have been 90% for Rain. So honestly, the fact that 18% actually put it on G9 and 25% on a tie, I mean, that does make me think that, because I also think it's not going to be a 2-0. I'm kind of going with a tie here. So that kind of makes, it makes me feel a bit better because I'm like, okay, I'm not alone in this prediction. But still, more than half are going with Rain. And yeah, the maps are interesting. I mean, again, on Bureau as well, like Rain, in terms of just like map win percentages, Rain are dominating. They have 72% on Canals, 72% on Bureau. And as for G9, they had, the worst percentage, 45% on Canals, and I believe 60% on Bureau, my bad. So yeah, I mean, if we're purely looking at stats, obviously Rain has the advantage here. But I think, again, from what we've seen from coming in from G9 recently, and especially adding that fact that you just stated that Rain lost to Violent GG on Canals actually, so yeah, that could change things. I personally am kind of going for a tie here, but honestly I don't know if G9 are going to win their map pick. I don't know if they're going to win Rain's map pick. Same goes both directions, but yeah, should be a close game. I'm not expecting 13 threes like we did see in the first game.
But both map picks seem to be a little odd, right? Because sure, you can go off of the thing that Team G9 wants to go against Rain, seeing that they lost 13-9 against Violent GG, but they've lost the two times that they've played Canals. And once you take a look at the maps that Team G9 have played in this Pro League season, they've won against Invictus 13-5 on Bureau. And that's a pick from Rain coming out, right? So there's a lot of odd things coming out for these two teams, where I would say, like, is this really going to be the play that we're going to be seeing? Are these teams really gonna have their own map picks really cut out? Because I feel like this could also be a game where both teams take each other's map pick, and it's in that regard just a 1-1. We'll all have to see it. We all have to find it out. Canals will be our first map, nevertheless. The Amsterdam little river, of course, showing up as the knife is happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't say this knife round is that important. I mean, it is kind of for just confidence boosters, but 1v2 and actually Sadak does doing it out. The in-game leader has remained strong, and so they will be able to, G9 will be able to pick the starting side, but again, Canal is one of the more equal maps out there. Yeah, maybe a little bit of advantage for the Coalition side, but honestly, we've seen like things go both ways, right? So yeah, for Canals, I guess G9 would pick Coalition as their starting side, but honestly, wouldn't surprise me either way. But the thing about Canals is it's very, very long range, right? So I think there are some questions, definitely some questions to be had about the lineups that we will see in just a second here. But in my opinion, if Rain have Venly, well, perhaps they could, they could actually pull it off, because Venly is just so good that Eurasia. If they don't, well, yeah, then we might have some other questions about this.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. And also for G and G9, right, considering they have a 7-map roster, I'm mainly looking at Lecide as a player myself. He was 1.3 rating average, but at the same time, this Pro League season, he's played quite rough. I saw twice that he got only 6 kills per map. So there's going to be a player that still needs to kind of prepare or maybe deal with the strats that comes into play. Maybe a little bit of a newer player himself, right? Coming into the scene now, maybe a little bit scared to play against the big names here, right? Now playing against Rain, such a well-known orc in the back of your mind. Yeah, world champions of 2022. We'll all have to find it out, right? And now the lineups will show of Stratosphere. Crux now coming in. That's one of those players that is usually there with either Uriah or Lecide. And aside from Rain, play with Malik, and the rest 4 are all the same.
Alright, alright, so we are underway. Crux is very aggressive here, right? Like, he's pushing up, he would normally get some info. It was an A push from Rain, but yeah, they're just all hiding in the corner there. Honestly, this is a very weird strat, but it could work out. So we see that G9 are actually kind of still staying on A, but Rain now are gonna head B. This is an interesting one. So G9, they figured out the strat, but now they haven't figured out this one yet. Rain are all gonna go towards that tunnels area, but I like how G9 are just not over-aggressing it. They stack a site and they're like, if it doesn't work out, we can play on a retake, but we're not just gonna mindlessly push or just like run around and try to find these players. No, yeah, we might take our aggressive peaks here by Crux, but at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that we commit to the strat that we have.
And now they will go for that strategy, which is the B site. Challenged, fair. Left out, of course. He's going to run away, and so the site conceded. Well played here for Rain. Setting up nicely first towards the A side. No pushes came in, so that means we can potentially fall back. And now Keffi controls well taken. That's starting to be something where the Coalition side will be fighting for in the name of Babo this time. Adul helping him out. The entries have been taken, but still, the teams that are pushing through, Adul taking a double. The players from Rain still holding on. The site has been taken. The defuse comes in and he's still sticking. The kills are found. Team G9 on the board with a first.
Yeah, that was a close one. I thought Rain were going to pull that one off, but unfortunately that Cafe defense just does not work out in their favor. Strat is really doing a lot of heavy lifting there, and that does put G9 in the driving seat, and I think this is the best position for them to be, right? Because, again, Rain are kind of the favorites of this match. Obviously, it's not over for G9, but I think it would just be better for them to win the first game, even if the second one is really hard. You know, again, this is their mapping. It would just be better for them to win their mapping, win the first game, and then, you know, if they'll lose on Bureau, if they'll lose Rain's mapping, that's fine. But I think this is just a great way to start it off, especially with Fair. He's just pushing up, not making it fair at all for the opposition here, as 3 players have fallen. Sadak to find another. Nexera is going to refrag, but still a 2v4, unless Nexera makes it a 2v2 together with Myline. Not like this, G9. This was a 3v5.
Oh boy, things already starting to crumble. Somewhat keeping it back, and it's all left, of course, into a 2-on-2. Good control. Adil going for a swing. Aggressive play seems to be working out for now for Team G9. They've been caught by going for aggressive plays many times before, so maybe that's something we're going to see happening, but this could still be a B play. Nexera watching as Adil is up on the air, and he won't take the fight. He will take the fight, but not the kill. Adil will shut it down. Team G9 2 ahead here on the coalition side of this map.
Yeah, Dulkid playing it to perfection there. Gets the frag, spots the second one, doesn't go greedy, doesn't go for the kill. Simply, you know, make sure that he stays alive with his teammate. And then, I don't know, like Nexera goes for that peak, right? Like, it kind of makes sense. He wants to eliminate the side, but at the same time, I feel like he could have just went A. And he could have just went B, like expecting, you know, both players pretty much be on A. But, you know, it is what it is. Not the biggest of mistakes. Honestly, don't even know it was a mistake. What could be, though, is Albuin rushing tunnels, because they're going to get spotted. But Fair is fully flashed. Meanwhile, Sadak takes a driving seat, gets a kill, and Sadak gets another Fair with a kill as well. Oh, this is falling apart for Rain. Only Faultless left alive on an XD45 now. Sorry, not a Deagle, but he's on site somehow. This is an interesting one. He's going to be watching Cafe, perhaps even hitting a headshot, but I mean, there's not really much that he can do after this. They kind of know where he is as well, right? Like, we can see him starting to get cornered, and the timing just could not have worked out worse for him. He goes down, and we have G9 on 3 rounds now, just starting to ramp it up quickly.
This is a good start, Twitch. Yeah, you're talking about it quite nicely, but Bubba as well, stepping up for Team G9 and finding an answer right from Rain with a full buy. So this could be their chance to make a comeback, but thus far, it's been very insane the way Team G9 have been playing, and they're trying to wrap up some economy. We'll still have a buy coming in, whether they win or lose this one. But it's always better to get that dub to find one more. Malik, good opener for him. A trade frag there for Stratus, so now somewhat equalized and somewhat silent in this round.
Yeah, Malik goes down as well. Oh, Stratus, yeah, he's just not going to be aware about that one. Faultless with a nice flick there. That might just change things around completely, as that bomb is going to head towards B. The G9 have to make a quick rotation here.
Good kill for Rux. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting, because that's going to know. Now he's going to know there will be a B play coming in, so it's a lot of intel taken. Picks up the arc, and will Rain go aggressive? Yes, they will. Nexera is already inside the fight.
Oh, I like this.
Back. Team G9 repositioning. And Crux, I don't think he's going to be aware. Like, he's now running in with his knife, potentially. Nexera should have him lined up. He's still going to win the fight. How did this fall apart, Twist?
Well, Faultless can still make it work. That flash is going to blind him. Has to run away. I think he has been spotted, or has he? Takes down Nadulkin. Now he knows where the other player is. That smoke comes in. That actually denies Crux, but he is able to get the frag. Time is on his side as well. And even though it's starting to tick low, I do think the defuse is locked in. So G9 secured the 4th round in a row. I really like that play from Rain, though. Like, they planted the bomb and both of them went CT. Like, they knew that there was at least one player CT, even 2. So I kind of would have liked it. They both stayed CT, just kind of eliminated that player that's almost guaranteed to come from there. But, you know, doesn't exactly work out that well. But I mean, again, you have to highlight Crux's individual performance. You know, that angle was being held as tightly as it could have been by Nexera, and he's just able to, like, just swing it and take an instant headshot. Like, that is that individual skill that sometimes takes you over the line on the side of a G9. So entering round number 5 here, I mean, rifles on both sides, but Rain, again, this is an equally sided map, but it sure doesn't look like it. It's about time Rain makes some adjustments about it.
Yeah, and they've got an entry every time, right? Malik, second time in a row, he gets an opener, but then Nexera pushing in alone to make that equal once more. Definitely not the Rain we expect to see. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence, like, oh, this is going to be a walk in the park. But now you're seeing that that's not the case, right? Team G9 taking hands-on fights. They're not scared. And Stratus might still have a double lined up. He's a little bit indecisive. That gives Faultless a chance to find the frags. And now mid flank from my line would be coming out quite huge. Fair is not going to hit it. And so a 1-for-1 trade is not going to be enough. The bomb will go down. A 1-on-2 retake for Adult.
If he could pull this off, that would be great, but Faultless, this time he is ready. This time that swing, that peeker's advantage, whatever you want to call it, is not going to work out in the favor of G9. And so Rain find their first round. And honestly, even though G9 won 4 in a row, those are very close rounds, right? Like down to 1v1. So actually, after losing their first round, they find themselves pretty much on an eco. So we're going to have a hero AUG on the side of Crocs, and the rest is simply XD45s. Interestingly enough, they're not exactly stacking all a single site. They're all kind of going 3. What is this, Jesse? Why are they not stacking? Could you provide me with a reason? This is very interesting.
I'm not too sure.
Well, it works.
I think they just want to figure out where they are and then have the AUG holding, but he's not even finding a single kill. Like, he's not even attempting to go for some bullet swings, but the Deagles are putting in work. This is still doable, Twist.
This is so weird. Rain, they're just falling apart to XD45's wives. The only one left alive, and Fair is gonna take him down, making it look like a walk in the park. 3 alive as well. This looks like G9 were on rifle round and Rain are on an eco, and they're lucky that they planted the bomb. This is just completely turned over on its head. I mean, Adulki to open up the round. That Crocs like completely missing his bullets, right? Like it seemed like his reaction time there was like a second or something. Maybe, you know, sometimes that happens even for the best of us, but still, with the only hero rifle being taken down early, I thought it was over, but no. That XD45, that Deagle does put in some good damage, and G9, I mean, this is great for their economy. Going eco, then winning it, look at that, 5k, 6k, 7k on Stratus. Like, this is gonna put them ahead way, like a lot, just far ahead in the economical game, right?
Yeah, Team G9, although their win rate is like quite low in terms of against Rain, rather. Now the good start has been made. Usually Team G9 has not the ability to close out, right? They have trouble doing so, because then they go for very aggressive plays and start to lose, start to choke, and then things start falling apart because they try to compensate for what they have done in the past, right? Compensating for pushing and then pushing even harder. They're usually just going too aggressive, which is definitely something that for some teams keeps working out with Mafia, but for Team G9 that does not always do so, right? And against the Rain, I feel like Team G9 is going to lose some fights in the end, which might cause them to lose some ground. But for now, hey, don't change your winning plan, and that's exactly what they're doing because they're just continuing to win.
Yeah, Nax, I mean, this time he has an opportunity to do it. You know, he did it once, he could definitely do it once again, but...
Oh, no bullets.
Yeah, that would not have been nice if he spotted someone there. I mean, look, there's 30 seconds on the clock. I like how G9 are playing this, right? Like, they're completely locking down mid together, and if they decide to go A, they're going to do it together as well. They're just not going to give Nax any easy one-on-one gunfights here, and seems like he's walking right into the trap. Now, he does pick up some utility, but I think they just spotted him. Oh, wait, did he? Did they? Crocs is looking away, but Adulkid, he's going to be ready for this one, and he takes down Nax. So, G9 on 6 rounds now. What is happening today with these first games? First, we have Mullet Mafia versus Invictus, and, you know, they just maul over them, 13-3 fashion on raid, and now it seems like G9 are, you know, getting ready to do that again. If they continue this way, it could be 12-2, 13-2 perhaps. That would be crazy against Rain.
You gotta say, like, what's up with Rain? Are they kind of dating? Like, you see with some teams, for example, in CSGO, you see FaZe, probably the best example for it. They are all, like, quite experienced players, right? Everyone is. But their style just doesn't seem to suit with the new boys anymore. So maybe having to change something. But I'm not too sure if that's the case, because I still feel like they're complying quite well. Melek now a great influence by getting a lot of openers. But then things just fall apart, right? Team G9 gets things going. So I'm not too sure what it really is. We'll have to find it out. We'll have to figure it out. At least a double entry this round, which might seem to be quite great. Because Rain should get a second one up on the board.
Yeah, especially with that Mylan frag on Crux, it is pretty much all over. Interestingly enough, we look at the kills. Like G9 again, they're such a team that like everyone is performing, right? Like there's not really any deadly Daves or something like that, where just one guy gets like twice the amount of kills everyone else does. No, it's like Stratus on 9, Fair on 7. Yeah, Sada could have had like 1 or 2 more, but at the same time, it's just like everyone is performing. Adolkid gets a chance to get another kill, but Wives is gonna take him down. But yeah, to answer your question about Rain, honestly I think it's just a slow start. You know, slow start to the tournament and also slow start to this game, especially with them getting this round quite confidently. I think, especially on breach side, right? Like sometimes you really start to get rounds towards the end of the first half, simply because that's around the time when, you know, the in-game leader has figured out how the coalition players play and what holds they take. So, you know, it could be just one of those games where it takes a while to kind of get off the runway on the breach side.
And Fair now going for no buy, like go for a deagle and armor maybe, but now you're leaving your team up with weapons, with you on pistols, but at least a 2-for-2 trade as Bobo Sodak. That's absolutely amazing stuff. I mean, he mentioned to you week 1 that he's gonna play aggressive. To you in the end twist, and he's showing that. Oh, almost a 4K. But it's 3, and makes the round still doable for Team G9.
Yeah, more than 350 damage points inflicted there. Great stuff from Sadok, but it's not over just yet. The bomb has been planted. 2v2 situation underway. This is going to be the first fight. That's going to be interesting. Should be a freebie for Krogs, but unfortunately, he only spots the player, and now Mylan has the chance to get away. And yeah, that's the best decision to make there. You do not want to push through the smoke, but also with that, some information is going to be revealed. Adolkid, first one to move in through Cafe, checking all angles. But Rain are playing this to perfection. Playing on a sandwich position, right, where they can peek from both directions. Oh, they're gonna push in 1-for-1. Crux in a clutch situation once again, but that smoke might do some great things. Myline is gonna push up, but Crux is not ready. What is happening? And he does get the frag again. Unfortunately, this time there's not enough time left on the bomb. So Rain do get their third. That was way too close for my liking, especially if you're a Rain fan. Like, you do not want to see that would happen. But still, you know, they are able to pull it off. And you know, with this, the half doesn't look that bad anymore. We were at 6-1, we were starting to think like some very negative thoughts perhaps, but now it's like, you know, they've gotten 2 rounds. You know, it's possible that they even get to a 6-6 half, especially with this buy on G9. Like, this should be a guaranteed 4th for Rain.
Yeah, it's Fair now forcing. I don't really know what's up. He's buying pistol when his team goes for rifle. He's buying a rifle when his team goes for pistol. It's a little bit awkward because Team G9 is still playing very good. So these type of mistakes might not necessarily be needed to make. You don't have to make these weird adjustments, but we'll have to see if it is going to pay off. Rain definitely playing good, and their slow start has been converted into a good mid-section as of right now. We'll have to see how things will go once we wrap up towards that second half, or rather once we get things going fully here on the first half. Players pushing through the smoke, Mylan getting 1-for-1 traded. But that opens up chances to go back to B. They're actually moving towards A, and now Fair with the arc actually creates chances. An SG has been picked up, and that's a dual kit. He's still gonna try to use it to his advantage. Oh, he spots out a player, drops the kill. And now on to B, Faultless will go, but he has a sniper against the dual kit. Which is now trying to make the insane play happen to put Team G9 back in the half when he picks up some util. Will soon spot the bomb to be planted. And now has time to start running in to go for the retake. The only question is, where will Faultless be positioning? He jumped around to the middle, now goes to the coalition spawn. That's not something where Dulkit will be expecting him, or at least for now. He's still gonna have to run twist all the way.
Yeah, Eurasia in a 1v1 situation. We saw it working out for EXZ earlier today in the first matchup, but this time I think honestly it could work out again, because again, time is really the problem here for Dulkit. Now he is spotted, he is going to throw that smoke. Actually, if he goes for a ninja there, that's going to be harder for Faultless to just spam through. Oh, he hears it, he's going to go for the knife, but is there enough time? He goes for it, and he does get the knife kill last second. Man, that was, too close to my liking again, you know. This is just Rain. Those last 2 rounds, they're just by a small thread they're keeping themselves in this game. But they are, and I mean, that's what ultimately matters. 2 more rounds to go, and G9, yeah, they haven't really gotten around in some while, but with now rifles being added to their arsenal, I mean, they could go for the 7th here.
Yeah, Team G9, I think it's always the same story really with them now. It's just too close, so close, so close. Every single time it's a repeating trend we see from them. And it might as well continue to be, right? It's been their status for quite some time to be close, but not making it work. Always making it hard, but not picking up the rounds, not picking up the wins. And we'll have to see if that's going to change further in this game, because sure, they get close, but I feel like it's also very clean for Rain that they're actually picking up those rounds that are so close, because there's usually a lot of nerves involved with, but keeping your calm to win it, that's what Rain is known for, and these double entries really seem to help with it. Make it a triple.
Yeah, G9 not having an answer in these last couple of rounds, although now Adulkid and Sadak, they do show up, and Adulkid with another 2v5 turned into a 2v2 in a matter of 7 seconds. And now it's actually doable. The bomb is moving towards B, but at this point, Rain are scrambling for ideas here. They don't know, do they want to go A, do they want to go B? They've been eliminated on both sides, so for now, they're going to wait, perhaps, which is the smarter choice. You know, perhaps G9 aggress and they get a free kill. But it seems like that time is gonna... Oh, look at this. Sadak, will he be hurt? This is the question. He's not hurt. He gets one, and he gets a second one. Wow, do they do it? Baba, Sadak, and Adulkid clutching a 2v5, turning it into a 2v0. Some insane stuff coming in from G9. Right when you think they're starting to lose it, they pull off something like this, man. Jesse, I don't know. What are you thinking about this? G9, how do they keep doing it?
I mean, they definitely break the momentum with Rain for it completely, and I mean, you saw it coming, really, right? 2 rounds that could have gone the way of Team G9, and then we're saying, how does Rain keep doing it? I mean, now Team G9 just showing that they can also find close rounds and that they can bounce back. Sure, this was a round that shouldn't have been won by them whatsoever. It was a 2v5 at some point with a triple entry found for Rain, and that must feel devastating for them now, knowing that they had it in their pockets. In their back pockets, and now Faultless will also drop in the start of the round, 1-for-1 traded by Wise, but he will also find himself his own demise, and side of the A side has been taken over, at least for now. Bubba Sodak still looking incredibly great, his individual performance really stepping up to his team now. 3-on-2 round. Team G9 still going for it. Both players on the side trying to take control. Taking hands up fight is my line. He knows where the final player is, but Shredders will stop it. And that could have been the end of the half in a good way for Rain. But now, it's actually an 8-4. And then you're kind of thinking, Team G9, they have done what they needed to do.
Yeah, I mean, it did look great for Rain for a while there, but not gonna allow a 1v3 to happen. G9. But see, the interesting thing is, though, like, if you look at the kills, like, they're literally 4 apart, and if we take out Adulkid, it's like 9, 9, 11, 11, 13. Like, there are rarely teams, sure, at least in this game, Rain kind of look the same, but, like, there are rarely teams where, like, all 5 players play to pretty much the same standard, and I think that's what honestly makes G9 such a strong team, is that you can never count them out. No, but they have no star players, so there's no weakness to attack. There's no strength to attack in that point. They're just all the same, and they're all good. 3 kills with a pistol, just hiding away, just playing a little hide and seek on the side. Oh, you think it's empty? We'll go for the plant. We're gonna peek right when you are at your most vulnerable. And so Rain, they do get that 5th kill, that 5th round on the board, and that puts G9 in a maybe not a favorable position, right? Because now this is where it actually gets interesting, because Rain have to make a little comeback, but that pistol round is definitely gonna help them in doing that.
Yep. And with the full pistol buy now for G9, that will definitely not be too good looking either. And yeah, Rain, I mean, they're playing against a team that is, as you said, like, everyone is fragging, but once no one is fragging, then no one is fragging, right? That's the whole against point, really, and this is just a shutdown. Wives showing us what he can do, what he's capable of, and Faultless, of course, helping him out to shut the play down. 2 more to go for Rain to equalize, but now up against that full buy. Last time Team G9 was able to pull through in the moment where they were right now, so maybe Rain can do the same, question mark?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still too early. We're gonna have to see how these rifle rounds go. We kind of have to see how Rain actually plays the collision side, because normally you would expect actually 3 players towards A, but they're sending 2 towards B. That is interesting. That does mean that that A side defense might be a bit less strong, but at the same time, G9, they're not really choosing to attack A just yet. They're kind of going for mid control, which I like. I think that is the ultimate power play to do on the breach side, is just getting control of mid, and then you can decide, then you pretty much split the map in 2. You can go cafe, you can get killed like Adulkid does, but at the same point, you can still push A, and it seems like that's exactly what they're gonna do. This is some great strategic work coming in from G9. Obviously, it's not over just yet. It's actually 2v5 turned into a 1v3. Now it does seem like it's almost over. As Fair is spotted, he is getting killed. But Malik is low, and at this point G9 can just play time, not make any mistakes, which shouldn't be too hard to do, and get themselves the 9th round on the board.
The bomb has been planted
Yeah, they will have found it. More or less, Malik. The newest addition of goals. Recent picked up of goals because he showed off what he could do in the final. Now playing for an organization like Rain, but cannot comply in this one. Definitely great addition to that lineup, both aside from Rain, but still having yet to really find their success with him. Just in success in general, and slow starters they surely are. As they came back quite far, but now having to be careful about their own economy. My line forces, so when Rain loses this next round, Twist, they might be down towards their final stretch. We will see a pause coming in. And after that, when you lose this round, as I said, 11 could be on the board for Team G9. And that's a very, very, I guess, interesting thought. Because some teams or some players, a lot of people expected Rain to have a 2-0 potentially.
Yeah, I mean, G9 are doing great, and I think that the one thing that I really like to see in that rifle round was the fact that they split mid, right? Like, we've talked about this before, but I think that's honestly the play to make, no matter if you're on the breach or the collision side. If you can simply take control of mid, like, all the odds are stacked for you, right? Like, if you have mid control, you have split the map into 2 parts, no matter if you're again on breach or collision. And at that point, like, you can just, like, depending on which side you're on, you can just play it way more easily. You get so much information. And especially if you're on the breach side, which G9 are, they can just pretty much halve the map in 2, attack 1 bomb site, and they just, like, they eliminate players who rotate. Like, it's just hard to do anything if you have that mid control. This round, however, seems like they haven't really planned to do that. They're just gonna push in, and Crux is gonna get a nice wall bang. Yeah, G9 are slowly pushing in. Oh, my line, unfortunately, not able to get that kill with the scope they are. This is a 3v5, and at this point, Rain, yet they might just save. I mean, look, Faultless is on $400 with a U ratio. He has to retreat. He does not want to go for this one. So, yeah, double digits for G9, it seems like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just unlucky. That's just unlucky for Faultless. He goes down. Then we'll probably try to pick up that U ratio regardless. That is if they stay alive, which Wives will. And his teammate Nexera is kind of slowly trying to save towards elbow.
Yeah, they found it. Double digits on the board. Team G9 dying out, killing all the plays for Rain as well, right? They tried to save, to keep players alive, to keep money in their bank. But now that money is completely vanished. They've got an Deagles to work with, Twist. And that's to avoid Team G9 from getting to 11 here on the first map.
Yeah, I mean, this was not expected at all. Again, this is their map pick for G9, sure, but they have 45% win rate on Canals. Rain have 72%, and I mean, yeah, this is a different lineup, but Rain have been known historically as literally the kings of Canals, but right now, it's just a Dulkit on the scoreboard, 3 in a row. Yeah, this is an eco, and this is an easy one. Crux does get caught levitating there. Actually, I said it's an easy one. Might make it a little bit harder as Malik has now retrieved the rifle and Sadak is low. I think if Malik is just very, very quick here, gets a very quick early frag, something might be possible, but at the same time, it's just a lot to do and seems like some connection issues are coming in as well, so that definitely does not help. But yeah, G9, they're just, I don't know, they took mid control, like that was great, right? But like now they're just pushing in. And that still works. It seems like there's just nothing, there's no wrongs they can make, especially a Dulkit, racking up 4 frags in that round, putting G9 2 away. 2 mistakes from Rain away, from winning, from causing an upset, really. Again, 56% of people said this is going to be a 2-0 for Rain.
Yeah. And they are surely proven wrong, at least for now. We do know, and I mean, I don't want to just put it out there for it to actually happen, right? But Team G9, okay, I can say it because Bubba has found the first kill. Oh, never mind, it's rated. Team G9 has problems ending. Team G9 has problems closing, and that's something we're potentially going to be seeing. Rain is very good in the end of tournaments, of matches. So let's see what they can do once there's really pressure on them, right? Once they're really down to the line, we'll have to find it out. As for right now, 4-4 is still in the play, and Rain have taken an advantageous position.
Well, the bomb is not yet on site. It's actually arriving. Unfortunately for Malik, he has to defend it, but so far doing so good. Ooh, get some nice damage in as well. This is the new pickup, what they expected for him to do, right? Getting a nice double frag there, and that leaves Sadak in a 1v4 situation. Now, don't get me wrong, we've seen some just absolutely crazy things, and especially in clutch situations. I don't know why, but Sadak always activates in clutch situations. But this 1v4 might be even just not possible, especially as Wives pushes in. Sadak goes down, and that is going to be Rain on 7. Making it again a little bit closer, but we have to remember, you know, they won the pistol, and still there was the 6-8. So the fact that G9 have won majority of rifle rounds anyways, I mean, I think it's a little bit too early to start thinking about a comeback, Jesse.
I would say, right, it's just a morale or usual thing that we see from Team G9, just a general feeling I have about that team. Now, of course, on the Breach side, going aggressive favors them. Sometimes going aggressive, what they did, bite them in the back. But now I feel like that's something that could even favor them. And with that P250 actually getting the opener, that really helps out wonderfully. White's getting dropped straight at the bat. Faultless running through the smoke to face Bobo. In the meantime, there's already a player crossed into the side. So now you've let Faultless out, but you kept Myline in. He will drop. Malik still helping out from the back lines. He's pushing through the smoke, gets himself a double. New youngster, of course, joining into Rain, making a triple to keep Rain into this one.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some, you know, some ties with what happened in that Costello game in the last best of 2. Like we're as well like looking at, oh yeah, it's pretty much over, you know, Mullet Mafia. There's no way that Mullet Mafia lose this one, and I mean they almost did. You know, we eventually went to from a 12-7, I believe, to a 12-12. So this is still possible. This is definitely still possible for Rain, and I think this is a good time for G9 to call a timeout, right? Like you're so close, you can almost see it, you can almost smell it. It would be kind of dumb to just like lose to your not exactly bad emotions, but you know, just kind of get on the negative feedback loop and be like, oh, we lost this one, let's try again. So I think it's best to take a timeout. It's actually Rain taking it. That is a weird one, Jesse, right? Like as soon as I saw the pause, I thought it was going to be G9.
Maybe some connections issues, hey? You never know, right? Malik, obviously the player to frag, but you can see Mylan, for example, he was there on the side, fully blinded, and I'm not too sure if Mylan has the issues, right? Mylan is known for us to be like the main carry, and I feel like in a round like that, and in a few rounds that we've seen from him, he's been not necessarily fragging out to the point that you kind of expect him to do. So maybe some issues on his side, on his end, but slowly but surely them starting to bounce back now, Twist, as they're only going to be 3 rounds separating them from the other team, of course. Nexera watches middle, strikes the first 2, Myline helping, and maybe the issues have been solved as they both take 2 apiece, leaving just Crux remaining.
Yeah, see, it's not a bad strat, right? Like you rush Cafe, and then you explode out of Cafe with pistols. The only problem is in that strategy is actually getting to Cafe, and unfortunately, if somebody's watching that and you only have a pistol in your hand, well, you're not gonna do too well. As we see there, you know, just an easy rack up there for Rain. And we have arrived at the magical number of 9-11. So, yeah, 2 more rounds to go for Rain to equalize it, 2 more for them to win it. But G9 have the money to buy up. Now, the thing is, if they actually lose it, yeah, might not be the best. Might have to go eco again. So this is a very crucial round for the side of G9. Still no timeouts, still no timeouts or technical pauses called for them. But do they need it? Because Fair is going to get a kill with the Eurasia anyways.
And why this is for Critical Ops 11-9 such a special number, I feel like, is that really feels to me like the comeback is real, right? It's really possible now to make it work. When you're 11-7 or 11-6, I'm like, yeah, sure. I mean, nice fake comeback, right? Good luck taking all the rounds needed, but right now, I mean, still no fake comeback. It might, or still a fake comeback in the air as Team G9 have gotten themselves a possibility to go to 12. Bomb re-picked up for a Dulcat. He's gonna walk into B. They do not realize B side is open, right? Rotations are now coming in, but as Team G9 is taking very long, Nexera and Malik are already there on the site, helping each other out to make the play, and this could be some greediness for Team Rain coming in as they both start peeking, but Nexera has one lined up, not the second, just Wives in a 1-on-3, as he has a whole lot more to do than I think is humanly possible. Fair watches with his Horatio, of course, and Crux can flank with it any second. Wives has crossed though, and I don't think Crux has realized that, so maybe a door kit will be a little bit unexpected getting caught. Now with steps been made, of course, he's gonna know. The nade will be thrown on top of him, breaks his armor. Wives. Tapping it once and okay, well swing and doesn't matter, right? He doesn't have armor, but what does it really matter when you just swing out like that and get the frag?
Yeah, G9 just winning around to prove you wrong. So no comeback just yet. 12 on the board for G9. I mean, it's still possible, but at this point, Rain have to get 4 in a row. And even though I want to believe in the comeback, Jesse, I really do. I kind of feel like, you know, they're gonna... G9, there's no way they make such a blunder. Now, we actually do have some players that now have accelerated past everyone else, mainly that being a Dulkit, a very solid player. A lot of the times we see him carrying or, you know, being the important, being the crucial fragger on the side of G9. And this time, it's no different. 20 bomb on his head, and he's still looking for even more. Now, Wives, look how aggressive he is towards that elbow position. I like it. I think it's great. We saw that on Raid as well, and it works out. It works out to perfection. Naxera, though, is going to get taken down by Stratus, so that does leave Wives in a maybe not a predicament that he would want it to be in, but with help arriving on site, there's still a lot of time. And look how aggressive he is again. Pushes out, does get refrag. 2v3 now. Oh, Faultless, they will not expect him here, but he misses the shot. That was a crucial one to hit, and now it's only Malik left alive to keep Rain in this. 56% of people thought it's going to be a 2-0, but it's not. It is not. It might even be a 2-0, but except for the Team G9, as Fair eliminates the last one, it's 13-9 on Canals, it's 13-9 on G9's map pick, and we are heading on to Biru.
Oh, but wasn't this the map pick of Rain? I'm thinking about it now, but I think Rain was the one to pick this one, which makes it even crazier to think about, wasn't it? Wait, no, it wasn't. Never mind. It's G9's map pick. I'm totally confused. I was thinking about okay, the win from G9 came in previously against Invictus, so I was like, oh, that's the reason why they picked it, but it was the other way around, right? Now going into a map where Rain or where G9 has won on once, whereas Rain has never played it in this Pro League season yet. That's making me a little bit confused going in, but hey, Team G9 picking up their own map pick now. Whereas I still felt like Rain had themselves a decent chance in it, but Team G9 proving that 45% win rate that they had on the map is just for show, because they're just too damn good, and mainly Baba Sodak, man, stepping up. I mean, I'm gonna be looking in for some insights, maybe in his DMs, about what has happened, right? Because this team is now, technically speaking, right, closing in on making playoffs when they would be showing off pretty good here against Rain, because Rain is still a team. Are they gonna make playoffs right now? It's still in the air, right? It's incredible to believe, but because Violent GG lost against them, one of the teams that we would potentially see also dropping down low quite there, and Rain now having a maximum of a tie coming in against Team G9, they have to be very careful about their following matches and about this second map, because you better win it, I guess.
I think that would be so weird to see, right? Like, there's 5 teams, because the Infamous have kind of been not, you know, preemptively eliminated. So there's 5 teams in the group right now. 4 of them make it to the playoffs, and there would be such a weird scene where Rain are the only teams that don't make it, right? Like, we've never seen this happen, and even though they are known as the comeback team, yeah, it's not looking the best. I do still believe that, you know, Biru is going to be an interesting show, but ultimately, only time will tell, and well, that time will arrive after a short break. As me and Jesse will take a little time to prepare for the next match. Same for players. We will see you guys right after this.
Americas of Critical Ops Pro League Season 3. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, they're not wasting any time. They're flying up in here. Bless is getting in there as fast as possible. Spoken already with 2 for his name, and they're working on planting the bomb at this point. They're getting in. Spoken for a 3rd. He is just speaking everything into victory. And we got 2, 3 more going down, and that is going to be it.
And with 35 seconds left, Conti, he's going to spot one out. He knows that there's going to be some pressure on A now. The bullets shooting out, that smoke grenade coming out. I think they should be aware that the hit is coming towards A, but I don't think they've rotated everyone fully just yet. Brave still trying to see if he can make the rotation. He can't even, and now it's just down to Conti on the side, but both of them down. Ikuna now has to come in. Can he get the kills? Yes, he's gotten 2, but it's now just down to him. He has to do a 4K to win the round. He's on to 3 so far, and can he close this one out? He knows there's not much time left. He just has to stay alive for a little bit longer. He's going to get a kill. Ikuna. Aries, can he get him? Yes, he can. Ikuna. Yeah, they're trying to avoid detection right now, it seems, over towards that A side, but they will have to contend with Melva and Aries if they do end up going there. But Ralph Now just trying to play the lurk, it seems. Once they make that hit, hopefully they're trying to see if they can take anyone off guard, catch him off guard. Conti takes down Melva, and now Story as well, sitting on over towards the site.
No, no.
Not even there. Yeah, this is tough for them. Story does find one kill, but he's so low himself. Tail finds Raph. Brave does take him out, so the trade's going in favor of Bless, but now a 1 versus 1. Actually, I take it back. Conti now, is he aware of him? No! He does not get the kill. Tail. Sentinel are probably shaking their head right now because this is not a round that Sentinel should be losing whatsoever. Bless now have the bomb, have the whereabouts to go all the way back to B, it seems. Playing over towards lobby, right? They want to just see if they can make it further away. And Tail, if he even just continues to move alongside, if they continue to move, oh, he might catch them off guard though. Will he catch them off guard? No, I think.
Oh, no, I heard him.
He's looking. Oh, Raph, can he get him? Can he get him? Raph, oh, taking down so
he's gonna
low.
move.
His tail though. That nade will get Raph down. No, not just yet. They still have to reload. And Raph, what is happening right now? What is this matchup? A 1 versus 1. Tag down Raph. Can he get the kill on the tail? He does not find it. And Tail clutches it out. What just happened? Broken down quite low now. 30 seconds left on the clock. It looks like it has to be an A hit. And with so many players already there, Raph does take down Goomba. That is one rotation caught off guard now. And with the smokes coming out, I surely think they're going to start rotating on here. And it's going to be perfect for Raph to come in from behind and stop all of them. Somehow Tail does take him out, but he's the last player alive now. And will he spot anyone, Raph? I don't know if he completely has. I think he's heard some players now with the bomb making its way on over to the bomb site. The damage is being done here, but Melville takes down Conti, so the defense weakened up slightly now, and the bomb somehow will make its way on over towards the site. That flash gonna come out, hopefully blind some players out. That bomb does get planted, but the player gets killed immediately, and now a 2 versus 4. How can they maintain this one? It seems like Story will find 2 kills spoken now versus Tail, and he gets.
But if he plays this right, though, he plays this right, and he lets Raph get the bomb. If he can play this right and follow up behind him, he can pick anything. Look at all those weapons. He has anything he can choose.
And nades, too.
Yeah, oh, no. Okay, wait, maybe there's still some chance.
Oh.
It's Story. He's got to slow down. He's got to slow down. Oh. Go for the weapon. Oh, he's not. He might be able to. Oh, no. No, he doesn't.
No clue. Oh my gosh. Story just playing with his prey. And we know how good Merciless have been at defending A site. Nade goes out. Oh, Vade. Did he know? He just knew. Perfect timing. Flash goes over. He said, I don't hear or see anything over towards B, so therefore they must be coming over towards long. He knows Juice is there. Gets the double. Can he get the triple now? Alus, he's on the prowl. Alus is on the loose, and he does get the triple. There we go. They're still trying to see what they can do here. Dusty versus Ottawa. Oh, Dusty, if he's looking the right way, he could get the kill. Oh, Dusty now is aware, and he does get the kill on the Ottawa. So 3 versus 1, this should be in their favor. Vape now made aware of Amendment's position, and are 3 of them really gonna do this? Or what are they doing? What are they doing? I'm so confused as to why they have done that. They knew he was there, and yet they still just run into him. I'm at a loss for words. And Vape, oh my.
What?
That flash bang goes off. He's tagged, finds the wall bang, trying to go for the 2K. He's able to pick it up. He's got one more play that he can do. Right up in front of sight, and he's not all he's going. Any other guys now? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna have time? Is he gonna do it? Oh my God! Nothing that name.
Don't you think it's time to up your game? Get to the next level with G Fuel Energy. Item selection, zero sugar, antioxidants, vitamins, character creation. Wow, looking good. Gamer words, DLC, XP, side quest. Look out, sweats. Build mode, flag, noob, squad up. G Fuel Energy. We made this commercial for you gamers.
Team G9 has to do what they, or did do what they had to do, which was picking their own map pick up in a 13-9 fashion. Canals will go their way, and at least one more match to be played. And yeah, I say it was supposed to happen, but on the other hand, like, Rain still loses, and people expected them to take it all the way. A lot of Rain fans are here to watch, and maybe some of them a little bit disappointed, but still a map to prove themselves. And Twist Bureau might be that map.
I think it's about time. I think it's about time Rain start winning some matches, right? Like, they lost the Violent GG 0-2. Personally, I think G9 are a better team, just from what I've seen, but still, they don't want to lose like another 0-2. This is Rain that we're talking about. So yeah, definitely, everyone is waiting. You know, even the haters are kind of expecting Rain to, you know, do something. The fans are most definitely. I want to see it too. Honestly, I think that would be a great end to today's stream. You know, Rain finally getting some points on the board. Yeah, didn't look too good. Just on Canals, G9 looked like the superior team. Obviously, it was their map pick, and yeah, maybe that, you know, 45% win rate wasn't like what we expected. We saw like way more than what we expected, but still, you know, it was their map pick. It makes sense. But on Bureau, you know, we kind of do expect to see some great things from Rain. This is their map pick after all, and yeah, I just can't imagine a world where out of 5 teams, where 4 advanced, like Rain is the only one left out.
Yeah, but that's a vision we might start going towards. But before we do that, of course, get ourselves a little bit of an ad break to bring you guys Esports Mobile. It's a code that you can use at gfuel.com that we have partnered, of course, with for these Pro League seasons. On everything at gfuel.com, you can use that code for a 30% off.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, G Fuel, they've been a long-standing partner, a long-standing sponsor for mobile esports, and, you know, they are one of the reasons why we actually have the lights on, you know, why we keep bringing you these streams. So, you know, that could be one of the reasons why you want to try out the product, but the other one is that it's genuinely a great product, right? Like, there are pretty much no calories, zero sugar. You won't really have those typical crashes that you might have from some other, like, very high fructose drinks, and you know, you get some caffeine in your system. There's different flavors. There's just many different reasons why you would like to try it out. And the great thing is, now you can, even in smaller servings. There are 15 serving tubs, so that means obviously it costs less. There's less servings, but that just means you can, you know, pick and choose. Maybe you want to mix and match. Maybe you want to pick some 2, maybe 3, right? Just try them out. Just, I heard you tried some G Fuel. What's the verdict here?
Hey, Tropical Rain, one of the flavors that I really like here on the left side. Limited edition, so get it now, of course. Now, it's definitely a flavor which has a lot of taste to it. I usually like the ones that are a little bit less, like, sweet, I would have to say. Like, which have a lot more like a fruity flavor. That's Tropical Rain totally in there, so definitely one of my favorites out there. And same for the Battle Juice, the one that FaZe Clan, that inspired by FaZe Clan, of course. They work with big creators that are all having their own little flavor coming in. But of course, after the G Fuel, we got ourselves the operations in the game that are happening. New skins. As you got yourself the drink, now you need to look shiny inside the game. And these skins will definitely help you. Maybe not to stop the coalition member there from the top stairs to take you down, because he's walking up very deadly. But these skins are looking quite fancy.
Yeah, for sure. As always, a new operation and also a new lucky spin called Neon Ice. So, you know, check it out. Try out the Lucky Spin. I mean, Jesse, I really heard you're a fan of the nades. Personally, I am as well. I think the Frostburn is one of my favorite nade lines that there are. I think that the grenade, the standard one, the frag grenade also looks great. And yeah, Neon Ice is available in Critical Ops, so do go check it out. Try out your luck in the Lucky Spin.
Yep, and that leaves us to, of course, have everything done which we had to do. And now, of course, to recap what we have seen from these final match, for the final map, of course, because it's sure been a roller coaster. With immediately G9, of course, as we did know, Twist, they started off quite nicely as they picked up the first few rounds here on the Coalition strike straight off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, straight from the bat, as you're saying, like, it did seem like G9 knew what they were doing, and honestly, like, I fully think they deserved this victory, right? Because they were just there, you know, they were just better at it, and yeah, sure, there were some rounds where maybe Rain could have done a little bit better, could have done a little bit more, but I just didn't see them winning, right? It was simply G9. In most situations, they were better at it, right? Like, I like the defense on the Coalition side as well. Sure, they could have gotten a bit more rounds, but still 8-4 is phenomenal against Rain on the Coalition side. And I think one of the reasons why is, again, that very team-like plays, right? Like, they're pushing up, they're being aggressive, but at the same time, they'll lose a player. There's somebody always there to refrag. And well, then also, like, individual performances like Proxy, right? Like, this angle is being watched by Nexera. It's being expected. He still peeks, he gets the frag, and even though his teammate goes down, that being Indulki, he's still able to get that second frag. And talking about individual performances, what do you have to say about Indulki, Jesse?
Yeah, Indulki playing incredibly well here for this team. Pretty nice stand-up player for Team G9, but I would also have to say, like, Sadok, actually, a player that I've been surprised about as well, as to how many times he's been getting so many important triples in the play. Caffeine been held multiple times, which gave them a round, and what Rain did very well on their breach side mainly was keeping the economy low for G9 at all costs, right? They invested heavily every time. They've got 4 rounds in a row, and what you see after that is Rain picks up 1 round, and the next round that we're seeing right now is an eco. So that really got Rain to go back up to some great amounts of rounds, but in the end it just was not enough, and we'll see now a little bit of a comeback right to this stage from Rain coming in, slowly starting to get things going. But this round as well, like, making it incredibly close and eventually, like, losing it as well. Team Rain had a chance to take the advantageous position there mainly, but then just getting shot down in the heat of the moment, and that was just the main story of the game.
Yeah, honestly, I think that round changed a lot, right? Like, that round where G9 had, what was it, like pretty much 4 pistols, maybe upgraded pistols, and 1 hero AUG, and Rain still lost that one. I mean, look, if Rain won that one, it could have been 6-6 most likely, right? Instead, it's 4-8. I think that was really the make it or break it round, or at least one of the most pivotal rounds of this whole game. And yeah, unfortunately for Rain, they do lose it. Here, Myline plays very well. You know, the defuse does come in for around half a second and it explodes. There are many rounds actually where I think Rain just barely got it. Like this one as well, man. This is just not something you practice. This is like Faultless getting a bit lucky, connecting the shot at the correct time. Like, even the rounds that Rain won, it wasn't like, oh yeah, this was a great strat, good job guys, you know, they have like 3-4 players remaining alive. No, a lot of them were very shaky, and yeah, they were able to like eventually kind of just brute force their way through it, but at the same time, it kind of felt like some of these rounds only got won because of Rain individual performance, not exactly because of strats. And I mean, coming into Bureau, where strats is such an important part, right? Like, Bureau is one of the most strategically heavy maps, simply because that individual performance, there's not really like crazy plays you can do. You watch an angle, you either get a kill or you don't, right? But like, strats is what really matters on Bureau. So yeah, coming into Bureau, I mean, Rain definitely have to step up their strategy game.
Yep, they really do, and I feel like that one round, of course, that we just saw, that 6-4 you said, could have been 6-6 after that, but Team G9 picking it up out of a 2-on-5. That really breaks the momentum. Rain still got back by picking up this pistol. Dual pistols as well on some of the players, but that didn't really go to plan. Rain picks up the second round with an eco, and then Team G9, important round 14 for them, or 15 rather, to pick up here in this next one, where they go for that full buy. And Rain, after that, have no money left, as you can see, right? Round 17, they have barely anything. And then from that point onward, it's sure Rain with a little bit of pieces getting together, but always you think about Team G9 still doing it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're starting to think, oh, yeah, a comeback could be possible. I like what you said about the 9-11 scoreline, right? Like, this is the moment when you realize, yeah, the comeback might be real. And I think at 6-10, we were both like, yeah, I mean, it could work, it could not work. But then, even though G9 get this round, after that, Rain, they take that tactical pause at one point as well. And they really did seem like they had found their stride. Like, for at least 3 rounds, it seemed like, oh, yeah, this could actually work out for them. But unfortunately, you know, as it goes, they were just not able to. And here I think as well, Adulkit was really the crucial piece, right? Like getting that 3-piece. Sure, it's against only pistols, but Adulkit really showed up during the late stages of the game.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, and I'm interested seeing what Team G9 roster will be in this game as well, because as they know, they have a 6-man roster. I'm not too sure if you want to put Lecit in there due to Crux playing quite well. He's been looking good. Maybe Uria, he's been surprising me as well in the first game. I was surprised to see him actually being substituted out, right, for the game. So I'm just wondering what Team G9 is coming up with. But if Lecit gets subbed in, I really hope he's going to have a good game this time, because I feel like Team G9 really needs some good performances right now. And for them, this would also be great taking a 2-0, because we've been talking about the fact that Rain can still be a team to drop down. But with Team G9 being a team that is on paper fighting with Violent GG for that 4th spot, right? Then that's in theory the best world possible, right, for Rain and where everyone that is on paper fighting. And then the fact that Team G9 can get a win, a 2-0 against Rain, kind of doing the same as Violent GG did, then that match between Violent GG and Team G9 is kind of key to see whichever team is coming through. And with Invictus now playing not the best type of COPS that they've ever played, there are chances for a top 2 for any of these 2 teams.
Yeah, that's actually a very interesting point. Like, Rain have really, I wouldn't say disappointed, just like surprised and not in a positive way. Perhaps that is the definition of disappointed, but yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, we kind of expected a bit more from them. I mean, again, there's still possibility, and like ultimately, knowing Rain, even if they advance to the playoffs as literally the 4th, like being in the 4th standing, you know, there's still a world where they'd like win it all and, you know, just make another one of those great comeback runs. But I mean, look, we can really work only with the data that we have so far, and so far it's not looking good, bruv. It's not looking good for Rain. Like, they're just not there right now.
Yeah, it's not Kharosh if you're talking about Russian language. Kharosh is like the thing you say, like, good job, or yes, we win the round.
Kharosh, yes,
yeah, yes, exactly.
You say Kharosh for good job.
Yeah, it is not Kharosh. Let's just say that. It's not for now, but as you said before, Twist, I really hope, and I think as well, right, it's definitely possible for this comeback to come in. But there's just going to have to be a lot of changes coming in. I feel like the lineup itself will not have to change, but maybe their attitude going into the map, getting immediately hands up first round, not necessarily falling down immediately, getting 4 rounds behind, and then after that, realizing, yeah, now we have to go. But Team G9 is also playing very well, so we are not allowed to get too many things going. So for Team Rain, slow starters. Now, a fast start, that's going to be something they're desperately going to be hoping for to getting. But yeah, that's a little bit of the curse, isn't it, for Rain? It really is.
Yeah, I don't like, they do play well, but yeah, when it comes to just like playing well actually from the start, it's, as you said, it's just a curse for them. I don't know what it is, I don't know why it is like that, but yeah, historically Rain, I mean, obviously they've had games where they just like play well from the beginning and they win like 13-5, but like from what we've seen so far, yeah, Bureau is going to be an interesting one. And I mean, actually on Bureau, playing well from the start would really matter for them, right? If they can win the knife round, they can start on the coalition side, and on Bureau it actually matters, because on the breach you're kind of expected to get 4, maybe 5 rounds tops, right? So yeah, I definitely do think that Rain have to start off hot here, because even though it is their map pick, like, just mentally, it's like, no matter what team you are, no matter if you're known as the Comeback Kings or not, like, just mentally, you know, it's not the best to just start off on this bad foot.
No, really. And you're known for the Comeback Kings, but against Team G9, against any teams really here, you cannot afford to have that. You're not the team, and as I said before, you're maybe a little bit of the people that play a relatively older style of COPS here, and that has been capitalized on. The new Yankees kind of taken over, right? The youngsters out there. And I feel like for a team like Rain, then, of getting yourself into the game a little bit late, and obviously getting like 5 rounds back, you're not going to win everything anymore. We have gotten such an accelerated circuit where even team that we don't expect to get this far, Violent GG coming out victorious, Mooded Mafia bringing in changes that are now looking good, but Invictus as well, that can be very unpredictable as to how they've been looking, and Team G9 that is also able to pick up a map and potentially could have picked up a second against a team like Invictus if they didn't choke that on Canal. So there's a lot to it for these teams, and I really like the way this circuit has so far, this Pro League has so far been looking, where it's shaping up to have like 5 powerhouses in EU. Luckily not a 6th one from Asia then coming in, but 5 powerhouses now from EU that are really fighting for those top 4 spots. And then in the playoffs as well, like, I'm already excited, I'm already looking forward to it. Yeah, sure, I am. I'm walking forward, like, I'm talking a little bit too far ahead, but oh boy.
Well, this is where all the fun begins. This is where, like, maybe not for Rain fans, but I think for everyone else, you know, who's used to seeing Rain dominate, just like literally from Circuit Season 1, right? Like, I remember I started casting like Circuit Season 2, and yeah, Rain back then, best team in the world. They have like what, $20,000+ in winnings in Critical Ops, which is just mad because most teams have like literally 1/10 of that, and then they're considered good. Yeah, this could be the start of the downfall. I mean, last season Rain did all right. Right, like they didn't exactly win it, but at the same time, you know, they definitely did all right. But now it's just not looking good too far so far, right? We still have a few more weeks to go, right? So there are some chances for them to make a comeback, but I think ultimately the best place to start for that comeback would be here, because yeah, you just don't want to be in a position where you literally not only have to fight for, you know, making it to the finals, you have to fight for making it to the playoffs, which, you know, again for Rain is just unprecedented.
Yeah. I mean, Raid in the playoffs is something we just see, right? It's something that is kind of just a fact most of the time, not necessarily given away or not necessarily having to be fighting for. But now that's still a possibility, and who would have thought that the Rain was that team to do so, right? Playing on all EU servers now with the infamous team obviously being gone, but hey, Europe in general being very, very dominant apparently. And Rain to not being able to comply on that regard for too long. Let's hope that it is going to be something that will be de-changing for themselves, of course. But on the other hand, right, I feel like Team G9 is looking for everything they can potentially think of here on Bureau just to pick it up. They have played it, whereas Rain has not played it this season yet. And they've won it 13-5. And me and Twist casted that one. And I don't know if you remember that from the last week, Twist, but that was a absolute demolishment from Team G9. So I'm still not fully on the side of Rain for this one.
Yeah, I think, again, you know, we can talk about Rain maybe not performing the usual standards, but honestly, like what we saw in Canals, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't like, oh no, this needs to change immediately, like this is over for them. No, like they were doing their standard things on Canals, and yeah, you know, it didn't work out exactly until the end. I think the bigger problem here is that, like, Rain don't exactly have to figure out how to improve their gameplay. They have to figure out how to stop G9's gameplay, because yeah, last time we saw Bureau of G9 playing, like they just destroyed their opposition, and right now G9 is just a very hard team to stop. Like, it seems like they can do no wrongs, they can do no evil, like whatever they do kind of works out at the end. And I mean, yeah, one of the reasons why is perhaps because you know, Sadok is just doing such a good job in game leading. But again, you know, everyone on G9 is always showing up. We talked about this, how they literally have like the same amount of kills on pretty much everyone throughout most of the game. So yeah, this knife round would be a great start for Rain to at least open things up, to at least get that initial push, that initial tip over the edge, and it seems like they will get it. As Fuddless gets a triple in the knife round, they will be able to pick the starting side. And again, you know, if I was Psycho, I would start on the breach side, but honestly I think Rain are probably going to start on collision.
No, they choose the breach. They're very crazy.
Okay.
Oh wow, I thought, oh, Rain is going to have a very good chance now to get things going early instead of late. But they really feel like we are right about them being slow starters, right? I think that's something they're going to go for now. They're slow starters and heavy hitters in the end. And that's why they want to play in the end on the coalition side. But I'm not necessarily sure if I like it too much. But we'll have to find it out. The first round has started. Rain on that breach side, immediately a fight towards this long side taken for fair.
Ooh, that's a crispy shot coming in from Sadok. Yeah, that's gonna open up things nicely for G9 here. They're still staying strong. They have player on site. Sadak with another. This man just doesn't stop. Triple there for Sadak and Rain. They're scrambling. They have two players locked in lab, and it's still fair there. Defending. Are they even gonna check this one? Do they expect this? No, they do not. And that headshot is just nasty. Even shooting through walls there. Fair. Looking too good to be true, but it is definitely true, as only MyLine is left alive, but not for long. Stratus taken down, and G9 opening this up. They could not have done it better. They literally didn't lose a single player there.
Yeah, it's very well done. Baba Sonic probably up in his rating for this game, for this series, and just in general this season. An incredible player to watch out for the Swedish IGL, of course, here for the team. As I said before, hoping there weren't going to be changes to the lineup for G9 just because it's working out, and that's exactly what happens. Like Crooks again in the play. And we'll see them playing one more time here with that full lineup. Fair. Good for the first, second one, of course, and maybe the first few weeks were there for Team G9 to figure out what roster they really want to put it up, right? And I think they found their main lineup because they're playing just incredibly well. Stratus will get dropped, a duel with a 1-for-1 trade, and these pistols are now upgraded into AUG, so that makes it a possibility for round 2 to be won by the side of Rain.
Well, Malik is definitely looking to make that dream possible. Oh, but they didn't spot this one. Sadak again, making it happen or not. Malik literally, what is it, 15 HP. Does win the round. This again would have been heartbreaking for Rain, but they've suffered enough, and they've said enough is enough. So Malik does take it over the edge, but Sadak, man, like this guy, it's so weird. Like I feel like Sadak is one of those players who, like, for 4 games he's literally sleeping, and then once, you know, he just hears the alarm ring, and then he just wakes up and he like drops a crazy performance. Obviously we're only heading into the 3rd round of play here, but he has already gotten a triple in the pistol and then almost a 1v2. Wow, hold up. Okay, well, yeah, that can happen. I mean, if you only have XD45s in your hand, you tend to get sprayed down, especially if you all move together. Why did they peek belong though? That is the longest range angle that there is.
Yeah, it's questionable, but hey, one good side to it, good side to the coin. Rain 2-1 up. They're on their breach side now, so this is already very, very good looking. Now up against M4s with the long angles that Rain or that Bureau provides. Maybe M4s will be a little bit of a weaker weapon when you're playing against SGs, right? A lot less fragging power, I think, on long ranges, so that would be an arguable decision to take. But Sadak still peeks out and takes a double. So I mean, I just cursed myself a little bit, cursed the team of Rain, as this Malik is not gonna expect Fair to be up close. This could be another frag ended up on the tally, and probably the round with that lost as well. There goes Malik. And now the bomb being dropped there on the T-spawn, and MyLine and Wives that have a very big task, very big shoes to fill in this round.
Yeah, I mean, MyLine left in a 1v5. This guy has 1.62 rating. If he clutches this one, that should probably go up to round 2. I mean, this is literally impossible, right? Just you, like, bomb down, 54 seconds left on the clock, and only 4 more to be eliminated as he finds Fair and makes some advances towards Kitchen. This could not be further from over, or at least we think so, right? I feel like at this point, I mean, he has 3 KD. Not that KD matters, but at this point, just save it, man. Like, you have 4K, right? Like, you can even drop some weapons to your team. Like, there is 30 seconds on the clock. There's just no way to, even if you just, with your knife out, ran to the bomb and then ran to plant it, yeah, you probably wouldn't have time. So MyLine makes a smarter choice. He could still try to get some exit frags, I think. Like, you know, putting a dent in G9's economy would definitely help. As currently, it's not looking too good. And if you could take some more of those rifles out of their hands, well, that's what, extra 4,000, extra 5,000 per person. So that's definitely something you might be looking to do.
Yeah, still 4 players surviving. Winning that next round, of course, for Rain will put G9 back on an eco, because I think they'll only get like 1,000. So it's arguable, of course. You want to save that weapon, you don't want to give it away, and the spray, of course, for MyLine definitely gave him some added up economy to work with. And I was about to say, like, MyLine is not going for it, but if there's any person on the Rain side you can call upon to consistently, for some reason, get insane clutches or consistently get a 3K, a 4K, it is MyLine.
Yeah, that is true, and he's very consistent with it, right? Like, he almost does it just like, it's just an average day. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop this head, you know, to make a 90-degree turn, get another one. Like, it makes it look so effortless. So, yeah, I mean, 1v5s are a bit harder too, though, Jesse. Right? Like I feel like a triple, yeah, you can do it, but a 1v5, you know, we're not gonna complain about him not literally doing the hardest thing that you can do in this game. But in terms of the score, I feel like Rain have made a great recovery here, right? Like they have 2 on the board. And again, this is on breach side, so if they get to 4, they're looking good. And Myline is looking good as well. Gets a nice refrag on Crocs. That was a very crucial one. A 2v4 looks a lot less positive than a 3v3. Now turn that into a 2v3. But Bomb is going to make its way towards A. But look how aware Fair is. Look how smart he is. He's already taking the long range angles with the Eurasia. Yeah, he's posted up, man. He's going to get a freebie here.
Yep, that's one. And Faultless meeting his own weapon of choice on the side. Oh, he's watching. No, he got timing. Nexera will still be out for a second time. The wallbang through 2 tanks as he finds it. Fair. With the Eurasia, of course, I think Faultless is a little bit jealous. He wanted to have that weapon, but in fact got a bullet in his face.
Yeah, so G9, well, they're not going to allow Rain to just win this game just yet. You know, 2 on the board is fine. 3, not looking for that just yet. And especially with Deagles only in the hands of Rain, I mean, there's not much they can do. Sadak to eliminate 1. I guess the plan here is just to like everyone rush B-Log and Sandwich, but they kind of lost Myline and were like, okay, well, maybe not just yet. We're going to take a pause, and well, that just gives Adulki a chance to relocate his position and get some more frags. So Sadak gets another one as well, and now it's only Faultless left alive. With a Deagle, no weapons retrieved. He's literally stuck on this angle. I mean, you could not pick a worse position. Wait, hold on. Stratus is not going to check this, so that's at least... yeah. I've been there.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know.
Those are my average plays on C-Ops, guys. No worries. Oh boy, that
happens to the best of us.
Happens to the best of it, yeah.
Unfortunately, all of his teammates have to see it, so probably doesn't, you know, put too much confidence in their hearts when they see a team, when they see, or maybe actually, you know, they just like the laugh, and just like the comedic break.
I was about to say, like, just laughing it out, it's keeping the spirit up, at least. I hope that's actually the case. This will be an op duel though, and it's Faultless immediately redeeming himself. He has that Eurasia. He says, fair. Who is the best Eurasia player on the server? I guess not you, because he takes him.
Ooh, Krugs though, he eliminates Faultless, who was lurking there, and honestly, like, that is a pretty big find, because, like, that doesn't draw any rotations. Faultless could have really done a lot of damage just by throwing utility, just by kind of making G9 think it might be A and, you know, getting some rotations over, but now they kind of know it's going to be B, so they pretty much have 3 players located there, but this time Wives catches Sadak off guard, and now they really have a freedom of choice where they want to go. They could go B, they could go Vents to Kitchen, to Intel, to A. Like, the choice is really theirs, but honestly going B would be better, I guess, as Stratus is guarding that Intel area. And when you try to cross from Vents Hall to Kitchen, there's just so many different angles to clear. You know, there's Kitchen, there's like HQ, there's Intel. So yeah, they are going to go for B. And Myline, yeah, just casually going to pop that head through the smoke. 2v4 situation. Now Stratus, though, lays down the smoke, which will be very great for just making sure they can plant the bomb and deny some of these pushes. And Crux and Stratus left in a 2v4.
Yeah. And Rain that have successfully been able to do some great damage here on this breach side already. See how much more they can actually get, because for now their executes have been good. Kills that they found have been on the board, on the mark of what you expect. And Myline running through the smoke to catch of a triple on the board. Good fragging. Oh, the replay. Oh, you cannot do it. You cannot do it like that, boys. Come on. Yeah, we haven't seen this, Faultless. We haven't seen this, because on the other hand, we can also put the op clip from him on the long side. That was a good one. We don't see that one. No, we're only seeing the bad ones, unfortunately. Faultless, they don't want to see you good.
I mean, look, sometimes you gotta show something like that as well, you know. If I was still uploading, I'd probably put that in my clip montage just as a joke. But what's not a joke is Rain's skills at attacking this bomb site. Like, they've cleared A, Faultless has cleared off Stratus as well. And again, like, this is pretty much a round locked for the side of G9. Now for the side of Rain, again, a 2v4 unfolds, but again, like, Rain are so good at using these smokes. Like, what are you gonna do? Push through the smoke there? It's hard to push through there already if there's no smoke. You have to check 2 or 3 angles at the same time. Now, you know, add a smoke in the picture is pretty much impossible. So, yeah, Fair just has to retreat. Rain, a good push on B again, and they're gonna hunt down this Eurasia. It's gonna be Wives to take him down. And that puts Rain in a way better position than we saw on Canals, right? Like we saw 4-8 on Canals here. They could even take the lead. They could even end the half on a positive note. And again, you know, this is the breach side. This is the way harder side to play on. So, yeah, I mean, as it's looking right now, they're looking great. They're looking primed. But I feel like, you know, throughout this whole tournament, we have this kind of phase of just not putting too much belief on Rain.
Yeah, I mean, can we do that as of right now? I feel like it's starting to fall back, you know? It's starting to get back into control. Team G9 now calling a pause because they know things are going quite south for them as of right now. They know that this is obviously more of a coalition-sided map. Of course, they're strongly believing that they can still do it on that breach side. But yeah, Rain have already, statistically speaking, done enough this half. And now looking at the buy for Team G9, this one won't be good, but the next one will not be good either. Right, you got Stratus and Crocs possibly rocking Deagles in this one. And after that, you will have 3 M4s around, so 3 rifles around it. But the next one will be all on those pistols, will all be on those Deagles. So then Rain can automatically get themselves to 6, or almost certainly. And then you're almost certainly on at least a tied up half. And that on the breach side here on Bureau. So this is definitely looking good, more and more likely for Team Rain to get an early lead and to actually not be slow started for a change. Just be the heroes of this game.
Ooh, that's a great shot coming in from my line. And the thing is, that keeps the rotations, that keeps everyone on G9 on the B-bomb side. They don't know that it's actually A now. Yeah, that info might come in, but it might be a little bit too late, as Rain have already cleared out Lab 1. They're moving on to Lab 2. And so there's not really much they can do. My line just casually gonna drive by take down Stratus as well. Adulkit, I like this angle. Like, if somebody peeks him, he's probably gonna get a guaranteed kill here. But for now, nobody's gonna do that. My line's gonna get a triple. Now Adulkit is gonna get that guaranteed one, but remain the only one left alive. So from this position, I mean, it's gonna be hard for him to even get away, and Nexera definitely gonna deny that opportunity as well. So yeah, Rain, for the first time, I think in this whole matchup, in this whole best of 2, they put themselves in the lead, they put themselves in the driving seat, and I mean, this could be the theme for the remainder of this tournament, right? Like Rain finally starting to feel confident, finally start getting some rounds. Well, 3 more to go in this half, and they're definitely looking to take it up to 8. Do the reverse sweep, you know, do it what was done to them on Canals.
Yeah, maybe they just needed a more standard map, right? Bureau being in the pool for so long, themselves as well, playing for so long together, and just in general. It's great to see that, and now Team G9 making economy decisions I'm not agreeing with. Forcing with 3 and the 2-man not. Bubble has to get his team back together, and that tactical pass usually provides you with that. And now they've only driven them far further apart by the looks of it, because they're not on one line in terms of if they buy or not, and that could be consequential as you're gonna lose even more with it. Rain trying to move up to 6, and after that Team G9, yeah, are you gonna concede another buy, or would you go for a worse buy like this again, right? Will you go for a half buy? Or will you finally eco but concede a round and have a full buy? All questions. But if you continue to half buy, you might as well just concede 8 here on the first half. Oh boy, Twist. You're not agreeing with this either, I think, right?
Well, I just didn't expect this. I didn't expect this at all, right? Like, Rain are doing so good right now, and there's just not really any ways how to stop it. And, I mean, Adulkit, yeah, he's in on this position. I mean, he will probably get cleared out, which is kind of interesting. Like, Rain are just so passionate to get these kills. Like, they just want to make sure that G9 have no advancements, and it's gonna be okay. Yeah, he's just gonna Fall is just gonna run in with the Eurasia and get a nice quick scope there. That's something you don't really say a lot, but yeah, Rain, they have 2-round advantage here.
And the economy decisions, right, for the Team G9, it's rough. Now M4s, right? You could have had AUX. Like, you're always
I do agree with
baby
that.
rifles. Yeah.
I mean, look, for me personally, like, I do think the AUG deals way more damage, blah blah blah, but for me something about the M4 just feels a bit nicer. So I'm sure that wasn't the thought process going on here. You know, let's lose the better rifle, the other one feels nicer, but still, you know, it could be made possible. But my line again, yeah, he's just showing us, you know, that 1.62 rating. This is why he has it. 2 kills in a row, again, just doing the heavy lifting that needs to be done. Now Adulkit is going to find 1, and we know how good he was on the first map, Canals. But still, this is a 1v3 with the bomb being down on the other side of the map. This is pretty much a repeat of the last round, 1v3. And Faultless again takes down the last player, that being a Dulkid with the Eurasia. This is literally copy-paste. Rain at this point are not even trying. They're just like copy-pasting strats and somehow it's working.
Yeah, it's, I mean, never change the winning plan, really, right? It's
Exactly.
continuing to make it work, continuing to make it happen, and Rain definitely feeling Burrow. Like we were a little bit doubtful after we saw the first map, but when you see those map statistics popping up once more, right? Team G9 good, but Rain 72% on Burrow. They're no stranger to it, 25 times played, and sure, you have Bubba Sodak trying to stop it. A very experienced player himself as well, trying to keep his team back. But hey, now they're losing, and they're losing a lot. Scratch bye. Faultless. Back on a weapon of choice. And he missed the deagle spray earlier, but this one he doesn't miss, and it's through the smoke as well. Another one.
Faultless, he keeps on going. He gets another one, and now it's a Dulkid left in a 1v2. 1v3, no sir. 1v3 again, no sir. This time it's a 1v2. He's just running, man. He is scared. Oh, okay. He does spot a player, but now they know where he is as well. And Faultless is just too good. Like, whatever, he can't make no mistakes, right? Like, he's been getting, I think he got like 5 kills in literally 3 rounds there, so... Yeah, looking very good, looking very solid for Rain, especially for them now being on the coalition side. Like, Jesse, I personally think if they get the pistol, it's pretty much over, wouldn't you say so?
Yeah, I'm agreeing. Rain is looking good, and once they take that pistol, immediately setting themselves up so incredibly nicely. And Team G9 once again running that dual pistol. I don't know if I like it too much. It does a lot of damage and has a lot of bullets, but there's speed to 50, something to it that just works out most of the time. MyLine, 16 kills. I'm trying to add up an all-or-one to the tally, and that's just 1. He wanted more, but only 1 will do, and that bomb is still trying to run back. Nexera joined by Wives now to watch the flank. Rain have boxed them in, but are trying to fight out for the Team G9. It will not succeed. Fair and Adulkid, our final 2 players left in the pistol round. Looks like he's going to go to Rain, unless Adulkid still has something to offer. He drops the bomb. And so, Fair, with low HP remaining, 2 headshots needed, but a player running in from behind the name of Faultless has no bullets left and will get shut down. The round goes to Rain, and oh, twist, we talked about it. This is the beginning of the end right now.
Yeah, I like how Fair went for the quick inspect there. You know, he was like, well, I'm in a 1v2, might as well just show the nice skin that I have for a quick second there. But yeah, I mean, we are approaching it. Like, this is Rain pretty much secure double digits, right? Like, we're talking about casters, curses and whatnot now, like how funny it is, how like often our predictions are not correct. There's no way, I'm saying it right now, G9 are not winning this round. There's just no way. Malik gets a double and a triple, and this is gonna be over. Wives to put a lid on this one, and actually Malik to finish off on Krog. So Rain, they are on double digits, Jesse, and at this point G9, they have to get 9 rounds, not in a row, but you know, close to in a row, on one of the hardest sides to play on, breach side on Bureau.
Yeah, but still 9 in their name, 9 more to get, who knows? Hey, we'll have to find it out, bro. And on the other hand, Team Rain, they can still be falling, but yeah, as we've said before, Rain are slow starters. They're never slow finishers. And now we're in a finishing position where they have the lead, so statistically speaking, there's no way Team G9 is going to come back, and I'm going to have to find it out. There's going to have to be a lot of rounds going away, and with the SGs against M4s, I still suggest it to be a pretty decent chance due to the long angles, of course, being played. Once you get to the arcs, maybe a little bit more range. And the Eurasia, of course, that's going to be bought for Faultless soon, but that was MyLine picking up an SG and finding another one. Stratus, edge of the smoke, and wasn't expecting that push, and I sure wasn't either. But MyLine has the balls to go for it, and so creates an opportunity for Rain to pick up 11.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying this is going to be 13-4. I'm simply saying that G9 have to win too many rounds for this to, you know, for me to consider it just yet. I could even see them winning this round, right? Like, there's still 50 seconds on the clock. If they go A, they really have to take down only MyLine, who's on 5 HP. And it does actually look like they are slowly moving towards A, so it's entirely possible they get this one, hell, they get even the next, or, you know, after that they get like an anti-eco, but I just feel like, you know, that the fuel, the steam is gonna run out at one point, and honestly, G9, they kind of have already won by winning at least one map against Rain, but now they again have a chance to make a comeback and actually win both maps, as Malik is quickly arriving on the scene. He is gonna find one, but not the second one. The Dulkid does again strike it when it matters. So we have a 2v2 unfolding with a dual kit very low, but Sadak actually does find one. So now Nexera, you have to see what you're made of. And this time, well, he's made of bullets mostly because Sadak loads a couple of them in his body, and that is going to be G9 on 5.
Yeah, G9 making a small comeback now, hopefully. That's going to make the game, of course, for the sake of the series, right? A little bit more interesting. Of course, for the players that, or for the people at home that want to see Rain come out victorious on this map. I just want to see them continue with their journey and not be in a very awkward spot. Sure, they're still like not the best. Losing versus Violent GG is definitely a hit mentally. You're at least wanting a tie minimum against them. But it doesn't mean that's completely over yet. Just needing to play against the higher league teams, and that's something that we see from Rain as well, right? When they play versus Bullet Mafia, when they play versus Invictus, it sometimes just works. And that might be something we're seeing again. For now, round is started, and the kills are already coming in. Crux on the side taking a double. I thought he was aiming on Malik and found Nexera as well. Wandering bullet into his head. 11-5. That is probably not going to be found, as Team G9 has taken the bomb site.
Yeah, my line. Last time was 1v5. This time maybe a bit easier, 1v4, but this time not even up for discussion. The Dulkid. This man is really, I feel like, you know, he's starting to play, and then like midway through the game, he just cracks open 2 monsters and just chugs them or something. Like this guy, every single time I see him play, it's like he starts to activate right, you know, it's almost like he needs a big warm-up because he starts to get really good at the ending stages of each game. And again, you know, in last round he gets 2 crucial frags, and this one again. That wasn't that crucial in a 1v4, but at least, you know, he eliminated the last one again. Top of the scoreboard. I mean, Fair could actually do a little bit better because we saw crazy performance from Fair last week, Jesse, you know, with that Eurasia. Yeah. This time only 5 kills on his name, but you know, that does mean if he activates, like that could really push G9 over the line, at least get them to double digits, especially right now, right? Like they're only 4 away, but really even not really 3 away because Rain are on pistols, and looks like G9 have already picked the correct side to push.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Mylan, of course, last game, definitely a player I think that Rain needed, and now he's there at 20-9, so maybe he's trying some G-Fuel or something, because he's making it work, and now with a deagle in hand, trying to find, obviously, a lot more. And with those double entries, that really makes it possible. Mylan running
get 2
around.
rifles here.
Yeah, 2 of them were looking towards that HQ, of course. Myline getting a weapon himself, a dual kit, getting 1-for-1 traded. Malik still into this one. Not there anymore. Stratus will fall on the side. Myline in the 1-on-1. Broken his armor, swings around the corner, but will not find it. Crux stabilizes. And so, lots of chances all of a sudden created from Team G9, because they're still hanging on.
I mean, they win that round, but Crux, like at that point, he could have just played time. He knows where my line is, right? Like he can just like literally play hide and seek and just like do little jiggle peeks as soon as he hears the defuse. Instead, he goes for no, I'm gonna get the kill, and I'm gonna do it in style. I mean, I respect that, but yeah, if he lost that one, would not have looked good. Not for him, not for G9. But now they have gotten to 7. So that is almost equal amount of rounds as they got on the Coalition side, funnily enough, in way shorter time span. But that being said, Stratus is already dead, as Faultless finds his first pick, and he's actually looking for more, and there is one more to be found. Oh, he spots it, and he does get away. I really like this refrag play, though. You see, there was Wives and Faultless, right? Like, even if Faultless dies, Wives would have been there to refrag immediately. Normally, you would never expect that on a B-long play, so you can see that Rainer really approaching this one creatively. And Sadak, well, he's just pushing through smokes. That is, I wouldn't say creative, that's just crazy, but it somehow works out. Sometimes you need a little bit crazy to really get it over the line. Well, G9 still have to find 2. One more. Sadak again. This guy is just pushing up. W King throughout the whole map. Getting a triple there, and now looking to extend that to a quad. Bomb to be planted. 45 more seconds. My line, he does hear the plant.
Bomb has been planted.
But can he clutch it? Checks one corner. Kind of knows where they are. But I don't think they're going to make this easy for him at all.
Defusing a bomb.
Taps it. Fair. Checking it, and he does kill him. So, G9, what is this, Jesse? 4 unanswered rounds in a row.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this is what G9 needed. And Rain that are really trying to capitalize on what's fallen apart. Yeah, what was going on. They don't have themselves the head armor right now in this round as well, right? No one has head armor. Everyone rocking just the body. And yeah, that's also something that Fair is going for. He will get tapped away quite soon, but these Ox, these SG can do a lot of damage once you don't have that head armor in play, and through the walls, through sprays as well. And my line finally opening up. Rain, something good to it as they win the fight. Malik having to capitalize on multiple rounds, but this time his team is cleaning up nicely as well, looking in for the teammates potentially. Nexera found the final kill, and I think every single person from Rain got a single frag in that round, so a team ace to be called. And Rain, that could all of a sudden be back because G9 gets 1k, and because Rain got every round very close, you have Crux Adolkit having nothing, and just Baba Sodak that could be dropping over a weapon, but that's all for Team G9.
Yeah, that was such an important round to win, and I think Rain is very glad that they did, because if they did not, we could have looked at them having another eco, but now they're looking safe, they're looking secure. Look at that, the confidence is back. Flawless and Wives pushing up, and okay, Fair, he does get one, but I mean, what, that's $4,000 taken out of the hands of Flawless. He can rebuy their one round anyways, it doesn't matter. On the side of G9 though, well, they string together 4, Jesse, now they need to string together 5.
Yep, they really do, and that round again, so incredibly well played, right? The weaker weapons for Team G9, but for some reason, Rain still stabilizing as they pick up all the weapons needed, now also going for their rifles. And you can see Team G9, again, economy is a key. They have no armor on Crux and Adolkit, and Stratus is rocking a Deagle with armor, so maybe you want to switch the weapon over to have Crux have a Deagle and the rest on the weapons, but it doesn't matter. Rain, they do stabilize, and maybe this is stabilizing their season unless Fair gets this 1-on-2, and I would suggest this to be quite impossible, but hey, in a ratio and a dream, I would love to see this one coming through.
I mean, look, we saw this situation with Mixage today. He was in a 1v2 to not get eliminated, and I said, this is time to redeem yourself. And he pulled out the craziest clutch we've seen. But now Fair has to do it, and he's not checking the correct angle, not even getting close to it. Rain gonna shut it out, gonna win 13-8 on Biru, and make it 1-1 in this best of 2. So, not looking that bad, you know? Not looking that bad. Maybe our Canal should have played better, but I mean, congratulations to Rain to, first of all, shutting down that 4-round streak that somehow, you know, they find themselves fighting against. And also, you know, just securing a good, normal victory on Biru.
Yeah. So both map picks going the way the teams have gone for. And still, of course, although we had a little bit questions, we had chances, or at least we had seen chances for teams to take over the victory. Still in the end, it did not come through. But yeah, Team G9 definitely want to be feared. And Rain, luckily for them, stabilizing, because this could have been like the beginning of the end here for this Pro League season, maybe for Team Rain. But now with this tie, they have a few more matches left, of course, a total of 2 more, with of course the forfeit that they still have to achieve, or no, that they've gotten. But yeah, this is only like the second game that they've played, right? They still got Invictus, they got Mulip Mafia to play against, and no, those were it. Like Rain and Mulip Mafia, and the other team, of course, coming in. That's going to be matches that they will have to play in the third week of this season. So yeah, 2 more insane teams that Rain will have to battle against, and those are the matches that they're usually striving victorious, or at least have themselves a little bit of an upper hand on, because they are obviously known to be a team that plays well when it comes down to those ending stages. And the standings, of course, they will be updated. Rain still up there, but one note to be taken is that Team G9 still has to get their forfeit win. So they will be, hypothetically speaking, gonna be on the match count of 5 points, but Rain will have 2 more matches to play, whereas Team G9 has only 1 more to play after that. So sure, Team G9 is on 5, but if Rain takes 2 ties, and Team G9 ties as well, all of a sudden we have a tie in points, so Rain needs that round balance.
Yeah, this is just starting to look weird, man. Like, I don't know what to think about this, right? Like, Violent GG at the top, and again, there's gonna be like pretty much, well, Infamous are already out, right? So it's gonna be 1 team eliminated, and I just can't see that, like, you know, one of these teams that we expected to go all the way, right? Like, we're talking about Rain, we're talking about Invictus, that suddenly they could be the ones eliminated. But I mean, ultimately, that's why we're here, right? That's why we'll be here also on week 3 and week 4. Obviously, next stream is gonna come in about a week. You know, we'll see how things happen there. But yeah, this Pro League is really turning out to be very, very interesting. A lot of underdog stories happening. I mean, I feel like in Pro League Season 2, it was more just about, you know, well, these 2 teams are good, and yeah, they make it to the finals. Surprise. But this is interesting. I like this more, Jesse.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's a lot of back and forth, and it's just in general been a lovely season for me as well, right? My second season here. First season was all a little bit towards the bookies, right? But now, with all the change of the lineup, right? The roster mania, which always happens every season, but now you can I'm really involved into it, and it's just very exciting to see how many changes there actually came through, and the big names leaving the server, leaving the tournament, of course, or leaving teams, joining others, not participating anymore, and new stars, of course, coming in, like an Axie, of course, for example, playing incredibly well and actually showing off to the good extent. But of course, that does mean that they will come to an end. I still want to do a quick shout out, of course, for everyone that is that's been working around here with this circuit, with this Pro League once more. Of course, the admins, the moderators in the chat, everyone else watching at home, but also the teams, of course, participating, and the sponsors helping us out to provide such an insane Pro League season one more time. Of course, make sure you tune in next weekend, and of course, put your player IDs in the chat. There will be a small little bit of a giveaway coming in. But yeah, next week, as we do know, there's more matches. There is an America stream. There is a Eurasia stream once more where me and Twist will be participating. And of course, ending off what looks like an insane group stage. For you, Twist, any last words?
Go like rewatch today's stream if you just tuned in. Now, if you're just like watching this on a replay, go to Castello. I think it was the second game, right? I think it was the second game. Yes, go to Castello and go. I believe the scoreline was something 12 to 7 to 12 to 9, 12 to 10, something around that. There is a clutch of the century right there. Like, I'm not gonna overhype it, but like you will not have seen a crazier clutch in Critical Ops history. So yeah, go to Castello. Look out for a specific player named Mixage left in a 1v2 situation. It should be a fun one. Other than that, if you saw it, I mean, I'm glad that I got to see it as well. I think we had a good day, Jesse, and yeah, that's pretty much it. You know, no doubt in times for next week, both for Eurasia and Americas, and well, we'll see you there next week.
Yeah,
see you guys
next week. Bye bye.